It's Monday, the 29th of September, and this is the fourth meeting of the school district redistricting task force. Thanks so much for being here. I think we have one member remote today. I can see that she's there. I'm hoping everybody can hear us online. If you can't, let somebody know so that we can make sure that everyone knows what's going on. I just wanted to thank everybody here for the work that you're putting in when we're not in meetings. I know that I have had very few days where I haven't had a conversation about the task force or a scheduled meeting. I'm assuming it's the same for every one of you, and if you're not meeting about it, you're thinking about it. So I really can't thank everybody here enough for all the work that you're doing. At the same time, I'm hearing from people in the community and I'm hearing from other legislators that they don't know that anything is happening here, and there's a lot of anxiety about what's going on and what's not going on. And are we going to be able to do anything? Are we going to get anything done? What is going to come out of this? And I really want to reassure the public and your voice, like reassure everyone here that we are working really hard to get up to 3 maps that will work for the state. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort. And the work that we do, we hope the legislature will take very seriously and use in its work over the next session. And so I just needed to state that publicly. I feel like we can't say that enough, because the frustration and concern that is bubbling up in every single community across the state about the unknown is big, and it changes because we haven't shared any information. So with no information, there's a vacuum, other information fills in, and all of the nerves and anger and frustration, it takes that to a negative place often. And so just, I need to state publicly, I'm hopeful. I'm truly optimistic about the work that's happening here. And I feel really good about all of you sitting at this table and the work that is happening. So I just needed to say that, and thank you all, and hope that we can continue to move forward here. All right, agenda, just running through it. We'll have a quick reestablish our group norms and how we're going to make our decisions. We tried to do that at the very first meeting, but I think we're in a different place now and we can really solidify that. We have some updates from our chairs, and we have a final problem statement map and template that we can approve, I think. Then we have, I have a whole page on the back of this. Then we have district map making information. We have a couple of presentations and a Q&A session. We have a break scheduled. We did a good job with that. Then we have one map to look at today, the CTE map. We'll talk about that before lunch. We'll talk about that after lunch, and then we'll figure out what our next steps are. I think we have a couple of other maps in the queue. We'll talk about our public hearings and get that official so that everybody understands what we're doing, what we're going forward. Hopefully we'll get some dates on the schedule for that. We will finish some more updates with what's going on with our task force, and then we have our time for public comment and are closed. Any changes, updates, modifications? All right. Sue, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be here today. And
sorry. Do we need to approve the minutes first? Sorry, it wasn't bolded and I skipped over it.
So
Thank you. Thank you. So, any discussion on the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Hey, before you approve the minutes, excuse me, it's Jen.
Hi, Jen.
In the minutes at 2 o'clock, the BOCES map, my name is written as Jane, J-A-N-E, and it should be Jen. So that's just a correction for the minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
So move as amended?
All right, so modifying that to amending the minutes. Everyone's good with that? Official, yes? Excellent. Yep, Dave? You're good?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jen. And jump in anytime, so. Sue?
Great. So, as Edie said, you all are doing this work under a lot of pressure in a lot of different ways. And as you get closer to the end of what you're doing, it's going to be increasingly important that you all have a set of norms around how you're doing the work to just help guide you through challenging situations. So I just wanted to take a minute and affirm a couple of the ones that I think you already have, and then just have some conversation about some that you may not have yet and you may want to consider. So first of all, I'm going to start with the easy one. It seems like one of the group norms is to call everybody by their first name during these proceedings. Does that fit with everyone's understanding? Okay. And then the other one is that it seems like the group so far has been making decisions just with a majority vote. Does that make sense going forward as you get to the harder decisions about, for example, which maps do we want to include in our report? Or is there some other decision-making process that you think you're going to need?
Sounds democratic.
Okay.
The only way in the timeline we've got to think about it, because we have a responsibility to put forth maps, and even if it's close, we can capture the vote count. And hopefully, since these are recommendations in a report, we won't be at a split vote. Okay. But I'm not sure what the other options are.
Okay, so it sounds like everyone's in agreement that majority vote is the way to go.
Just with the caveat that the minority should be able to freely express their opinions, and so that it's not too quick.
I was going to agree with that. I feel like we should be able to capture the whys,
At least in our report, right? So if there's dissent, we should be able to capture that.
Okay. So we can say that as there's an expectation that minority voices will be heard and that dissent will be captured in the final report. Okay, great. Okay, moving on. In terms of communication, does the group feel it would be helpful to have any norms around who are the spokespeople for the group in terms of formal communication, or any norms around informally group members on the task force talking with their constituents or their communities about the work?
Can you say that again, Sue? Like, just to make sure I understand.
I'm raising the possibility of establishing a group agreement around communication. So there's a couple of levels of that. One is official communication, are the expectations about who would communicate officially with the press or different formal bodies, and then also communication more informally with all of the people that you all are talking to about this work.
Jay?
I've been approached by a number of different groups, been invited to speak, and we just want to, I've been just making sure that they understand that I'm speaking from my perspective and only, and not on behalf of the task force. I would expect that we'd be safe doing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think a lot of us wear a lot of hats, so we're in many different areas and positions, and so as long as we make it clear who we are at that moment, that would be super. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say that back. So there's an expectation that when task force members are communicating about the task force, they're going to make sure people know that they're communicating as an individual member based on their own experience, not as a formal representative of the body. Okay. That sound good? And then how about formal communications? Are the co-chairs the people who are tasked with communicating to the media and that kind of thing? Is that something that the group, is that an expectation of the group or desire?
I
think that makes sense.
I agree.
Is there anybody here that doesn't support that?
Jay?
I'd say maybe if the chairs or if the body as a whole appointed somebody to speak about something or to represent the task force in some way, we'd have that exception.
I think the press is going to reach out to whoever they want to reach out to and ask questions of whoever they want to ask questions to. I don't
Right.
know if we can control that.
But you also want to present the transparency we promised we'd give everyone too.
Yeah.
It's
And
kind of a
I
balance.
think maybe is that partially covered by what we said before, that when we are speaking, when asked, it's as an individual who
Yeah.
is also a member of the task force, where if official comment is requested, that of the body, that would go to the co-chairs. So does that make sense?
Yes.
That probably covers that.
Yeah, if somebody, a
nuance.
reporter calls me and says, I'd like to know your thoughts, okay? If they say, I'd like to understand the task force thoughts, I'm sending them, somewhere else, right? Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I support what you said, Scott. I think that's accurate. The one other thing I would maybe put on that is also just to remind people what the task force is doing, as opposed to what the legislature does or what 454 does. What concerns me is a lot of the broader sort of political narrative is entering the task force conversation, and I think people are very anxious right now. So I think we can play a role in encouraging people to take a deep breath. And I think that includes some of the things that we've collectively said. I mean, I know that there's concern right now that the legislature is going to run in and immediately ban designation. And I think anyone who sat in that legislative body knows that's absolutely not happening in January because it wouldn't get through. So I just think we have to be not contributing to the chaos right now.
Okay, so a group agreement is that you all are going to be able to speak to anybody and just name that you're speaking on behalf of yourself, not the task force. There's a group agreement that you're going to try to continue to remind people of the scope of the task force's work to mitigate confusion, and then for formal communication about an official business with the task force, the co-chairs, that will come from them. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, great. And then the only other thing I wanted to do is I just wanted to go back to one of your earlier meetings and read through some of the commitments you all made. And as you listen to these, please let us know if there's any additional group norm or agreement that you think is necessary. Okay? So this is from the minutes from the meeting on August 19th. So here were your commitments that you had. Build on and reflect local.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh, you're going to
I
pull
just
it
want
up.
to make sure the audio is still working and, yeah.
Can are we okay?
It's a
Okay.
Okay.
And Mark, can you stop sharing the agenda?
Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, there's 6 things I'm going to read quickly. Build on and reflect local knowledge and lived experience. Ensure our approach is data-driven, not assumption or sentiment-based. Acknowledge practical constraints, financial, structural, and logistical. Be attuned to potential disruptions, particularly at the federal level. Uphold transparency, including timely and accurate posting of minutes, data, and public correspondence. Maintain a strong commitment to public input and voice, even as methods of engagement may evolve.
And the question is, do we still?
Are there any additional norms, aside from the ones we just had around majority vote and communication, first names, anything, capturing dissent in the report? Is there any other norm that this group wants to add based on those principles that you identified earlier? Okay. So we'll write these up and then you can approve them next time. Thank you.
And since we're still talking norms, I will apologize for the last meeting where I was calling some people by their first names and some people by senator, representative. My apologies. Blame it on COVID fog. Blaming everything on COVID fog. So sorry about that. It's all first names henceforth.
All right, so Martine and I went to a meeting with the VSBA, and we wanted to, with the VSA, and we have an upcoming meeting with the VSBA, and we wanted to, so not using acronyms, the Vermont Superintendents Association and the Vermont School Boards Association. And we wanted to just give you an update on all of that because there's a lot going on and there's a lot that is adding to some discomfort in the communities. So.
Yes, thank you, Edie, for that introduction. So I will be sharing my...
Are we still on?
I will not be sharing at this moment.
Is the audio on?
Yeah, we are. I figured that. Oh, you have a mic that you're sharing.
And it all,
Oh, this one.
I think that might be what we do.
Moving to the studio?
Not today, but yeah.
We're back, great. So
Fine.
just for folks to know, we noticed the meeting went down and we stopped, and we're back on, so I think Martine.
Can I just, if it's possible, and not to go back to norms, but I appreciated having the meeting highlights that was in our package, and I'm wondering if we have a thought for how we might use those as sort of a digestible version of our minutes. And I don't know if that's a more thing. I didn't know whether we were going to hit it later in the meeting, so I'll raise it whenever you want to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you raising that because frankly, it is hard for people to tune into the entirety of these meetings. They are long and they're during a work week. So it would be nice to have a summary of the meeting so that folks could get a sense of what we did, and then if they want to go back and look at a certain portion of the meeting, that could happen. So thanks for bringing that up.
And Sue did it, right? It was
Yeah.
in our package.
Yeah.
And it has links to timeline
Yeah.
and minutes. So I'm just wondering if in our personal networks, is that something we want to share, Front Porch Forum? Do we have a norm that would be an okay thing as we choose to share information as we're being asked?
We don't have a norm because I don't...
Or it doesn't, I don't know that it has to be, but
Yeah.
however you would like us to.
I think that will just be posted with the meeting materials after each meeting. And so there is, I don't know if that's on the agenda, but if people are okay with that template, we can just use that for every meeting and post it.
And then maybe later in the meeting, at the end, we could just talk about if there's anything we shouldn't do with it. But otherwise, I know it's public, and I found it to be a helpful summary that was pretty accessible. And when asked, I'd love to be able to just be intentional about sharing that.
Yeah, as long as our facilitator is willing and able, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So, okay, yes, it was September 11th. Edie and I drove down to Killington and sat in on the Vermont Superintendents Association meeting. It was a beautiful day, as we've had so many this year, and it was a lovely drive down Route 7 to Rutland. One of my favorite places.
Top of the universe.
Yep, center of the universe. Yeah, it was a great meeting, and I first of all just want to thank our superintendents. What an incredible bunch of people we have here in the state of Vermont. I'm so thankful to them and proud of their work. It's a very impressive group. So I'm going to share the notes that I took, and I want to just give my co-chair freedom to correct me if you hear something that didn't resonate with you or that you hadn't heard. I'm just going to share what I heard and what I wrote down. Very broadly, I'm not going to get into details, but the superintendents had spoken and had sort of come up with their high-level takeaways to share with us. What I heard are things like efficiencies can and should be achieved through consolidation. Although efficiencies achieved through consolidation, 4,000 to 8,000 does not feel like a realistic target for school districts or supervisory unions, and they're not conducive to the rural nature and the geography of Vermont. There was a discussion on supervisory unions versus supervisory districts, and there was a unified voice that supervisory districts are the most efficient way to design governance structure. This was one of the primary takeaways that they really wanted us to hear. A new map must present a unified mission and vision for Vermont K-12 education. That is first and foremost. And a new map must allow for shared resources across the state or in regions of the state, including shared staff. Some of the specific testimonies that we heard around supervisory unions versus supervisory districts, we heard a lot of anecdotes and stories and narratives. One person shared that they went from 11 boards to 1 board, and that the improvements in student outcomes and overall experience were visible and measurable. We heard that there are many inefficiencies in a supervisory union model: multiple unions, transportation woes, multiple audits, multiple budgets. Supervisory unions can't own property, so they're not necessarily cost effective. And they really stress that they would like us to look at the data, right, and the outcomes around SUs versus SD, supervisory unions versus supervisory districts, which is something that we should do for sure. They talked about having one board with a unifying vision, and that unifying vision is so critical to, again, to student experience and student outcome. We heard that both models can work, but it takes an incredible amount of work to get a supervisory union to achieve the same kind of cohesion and continuity that you see in a supervisory district. And even if you get a supervisory union to work, you still have a superintendent who's having to do the same thing 17 times or 18 times. So there's this like redundancy and repetitive nature that is not super efficient. And sometimes this work is done over like 500 miles of space. We heard that the current system is really an environment of low resource and high chaos, and that we need a single system to really, again, for cohesion and efficiency. A new system that's focused on student outcomes and education. We heard again that supervisory districts are better for cohesion, consistent student experience, better for kids. We heard that folks are troubled by the fact that the state walked away from funding school infrastructure years ago, 2007, I believe it was, and that is hugely problematic. We heard that schools are taking on more and more social services in their budgets. We heard that BOCES model would allow for regional AOEs and would allow superintendents to focus on instruction. Right now, again, especially in some of the more complex structures, superintendents are doing a lot of sort of like paperwork and, uploading data, et cetera, where they really want to be focusing on instruction and student experience and outcomes. And then we heard that there are some small schools that are efficient, and it's important for us to look at that as well. We heard that the superintendents are frustrated and often feel like the AOE isn't serving schools the way they used to and serving schools as well as they should today. Yeah, there was a sense that the AOE needs some restructuring, which I think we're probably going to hear about today. And also that some superintendents feel like we're about 20 years behind other states in the country, and partially because of our complex system. And they look forward to seeing what we come up with and look forward to a brighter future for education in the state of Vermont.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things. The concern about 4,000 to 8,000 was a big concern, and they're wondering where the data is to support it, because superintendents are really data-driven in their decision-making, and that was a concern. They're concerned about special ed being underfunded in the foundation formula, and while there could be cost savings in special ed as we have better efficiencies, they're concerned that it's not going to be at the level, so the underfunding will still be an issue. They're concerned about what is the vision for education in Vermont, and we should all be able to repeat that, and it should be consistent across the state, and so that was a thing. And as we look at why we're falling behind other states, if what we're doing is working. And so that was a really important takeaway for me. That was one of those like, oh, that's a reframing. But yeah, I think that you really highlighted all the, yeah.
Rebecca?
Can you explain what they mean by that? I mean, what do they think we've been doing? I mean, I know what I think we've been doing for 10 years, but I'm wondering what superintendents think we've been doing when they say, is it working?
Oh, what they said was, we have a system that is so darn complex, and instead of fixing it, we keep adding on to the system because a certain, some group needs something different. And so we've taken this system that was relatively coherent, and now we have all of these like add-ons, and it's so complex that it's just not coherent, not consistent, and way overcomplicated to be able to produce solid statewide outcomes. So that I'm sure there's way more to it than that, but that was the discussion that we had.
When they say, you used the word need, do they perceive all these add-ons are needed, or do they feel that we have chosen a fragmenting path? I think those are different things.
You're right, they're very different things. And so they do not think they are needed. They 100% think that we have overcomplicated a system, and it is causing student outcomes to be, students to not get the services and supports that they need. Thank you. Yeah.
The 20 years behind is a significant charge. What were the top, and you both mentioned some of the reasons, but if we're to think about 20 years behind other states, that's remarkable. And what are the main reasons for that? You mentioned what you just mentioned, but if we're to think about it as a task force, how are we so far behind? Why are we so far behind?
We didn't drill down, to be honest. That was a comment that I heard, and honestly, I when I was an educator, often felt like we were behind. I don't know if I would quantify it as 20 years. But I think, we talked about graduation requirements. We talked about even like a unified calendar, and folks from other states, when you're talking to them, are always shocked that like some of these fundamental things we don't have here in the state of Vermont. And we're not a very big state, so I think it comes as a surprise. So it was things like, I would say things like that, graduation requirements, sort of like even like a statewide curriculum, unified calendar. Those are just coming to mind.
Yeah, and just we don't have a unified focus because of all of those things, and so it means that it depends so much on what the superintendent in any specific district or supervisory union or principal, right? Like it depends so much. There's just, one of the stories that we heard was that one supervisory union, they spend one whole grade level of just equalizing students because they come from so many different curriculum and education based. So if you have to take one of your 12, 13 years, whatever, pre-K through 12, just to equalize students, and that's happening in different ways across the state, that's not good for kids. So I think that you know, we aren't the experts in this, we're just trying to relay, and I think the superintendents were simplifying things for us, knowing that we're not the experts, so, but it would be great to have that conversation with them, and what should the vision be, and how do we get to a place where we're all pulling together, right? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Martine, was there any, I'm told that we have a very high turnover rate in our superintendents throughout the state, which to some degree blocks strategic thinking at the district level. Was there any mention of that? No? Okay.
No, not that I recall.
On that, we actually have prior data because we did track principal and superintendent turnover. It is actually very high nationally too. It's a very, very tough job.
So we're not an outlier as far
No,
as...
and I think it's tied to the extreme politicization around education right now. I just want to, I think the choice of the word behind is such a fascinating choice because it implies a directionality. And I can't help but observe that we have exactly the system we designed. We designed a 28-course buffet, and we expect to pay $3 for it. And it also means that you've got a lot of options. You have to pay for them all, and none of them are at scale. And so that is a choice. And when I think about Vermont education policy, what I'm struggling with is, first of all, the instability. I mean, we are now replacing two funding formulas we haven't even finished implementing, right? In terms of graduation requirements, the agency was supposed to provide that in 24 based on 22 legislation, and now we're doing it again. But because the word proficiency was taken out of the bill, we're not actually, it doesn't appear that we're providing the work that people have been developing for years, for 5 years. We're going to now shift to an entirely different set of graduation requirements. And my concern is, at some point, you just have to do what you're doing well. But if you keep changing what people are trying to do, and these are slow-moving systems, you're guaranteeing that they never do it well. And that's on us. That's not on school districts. You know, I'm very worried about the fact that we're going to throw out all the work that's been done around quality, and at the same time, we're trying to blow up district structures. We're also going to blow up the academic goals, and we still have, you know, a $56 million black hole in that the agency can't even provide performance data for any kid who's tuitioned to a private school. Like, we don't actually know what this system is, and we actually don't have the data to really make decisions about what works and doesn't work. What we do know is we've so fractured the system that it's pretty hard to know, and I think that's a real challenge. But that's a policy choice that this state made. So to turn around and blame school districts for it, I think is a little challenging.
Right. Yeah. Wendy.
Thank you. So you said that the superintendents thought that the 4,000 to 8,000 wasn't a good number. So just to be clear, do they think it's too high? Okay. So what, did they give you a number or a range? Or?
No, they didn't, but what they said was for a rural area, these numbers don't make sense. And so
okay.
Perhaps it's going to make sense in our more urban areas, in our more settled areas, but there are many parts of the state where it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so...
And I'm sure they have, like I said, I'm sure they have more detailed information, but they were trying to give us an awful lot of information in, you know, an hour that turned into 90 minutes.
Okay, so can I just... Yeah. So it would be helpful if, because it sounds like they have a geographical component in their heads. So it would be helpful if they had a geographical boundary as well as a student number boundary, if you're able to, you know, reach back to them.
I mean, we did receive testimony during the session from the BSA on ideal numbers for districts, and yeah, I mean that's
sizes.
Yeah. We have all that.
Okay, terrific. And then my other question is talking about the outcomes, and it seems that we're having challenges getting data. Well, we are having challenges getting data. Do the superintendents have data of outcomes from SDs versus SUs?
Some of them do, yeah.
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
if we could get that, that would be terrific.
Yeah, so that's a conversation for if we want to add that to the agenda in one of our meetings and so on. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah.
I'm just going to say that I think it is irresponsible to present that data if you aren't fitting it in the context of a multi-level model that can control for the effect of poverty in particular, but also some of the other student demographics, because we know that more affluent districts tend to perform better. And the on average, for example, in the data that I saw previously, and it still appears to be true, if you are living in a tuition district, you are likely to be a little wealthier than if you're not. And so you're going to see patterns in data that may be because of this district structure, but may also just be because of underlying parent demographics. So if you're not actually controlling for that, you don't know what you're measuring. You really don't. Somebody wanted to, Beth, you want to go on that?
But I think to, sorry,
I was going to say,
go ahead, Beth.
just statistically speaking, you have to be careful of making that comparison because our numbers that we have are so small. You know, we don't have a lot total. So when your N size is very small, where you say what you're measuring may have nothing to do with the fact that it's an SD or an SU. It may be something completely different. So being very careful of making broad assumptions that it's an SD is Y or it's an SU is Y. We have to be very careful.
Yes, I agree with that. I know, we're out of time. I think what I heard Wendy said, are there any examples of areas that moved from an SU to an SD, and is there cogent data that's connected to that transition? That's what I heard, and that's what I would want to.
Unless you can fit a differences in differences model, or you've got that kind of statistical, you aren't going to know what you're measuring. I'm with Representative Quimby and Beth on that. Sorry. I mean, I think it's really chaotic. As to district size, there is actually empirical evidence related to district size, and we could use evidence-based practice in this committee by reviewing the research literature, which is actually going to tell you there is no magic number. It's going to be very location dependent and situation context dependent. And I just have to say one more thing about this. We're making a lot of assumptions about what services are provided where, and Dave, we taught and worked in schools a long time ago. I remember being in a small rural school. We had graduate level literacy courses on my site that were supported by the Agency of Education. In about 2007, I think it was, we gutted about a third of the capacity of the agency. What they stopped doing was instructional support. And when they actually provided high quality, statewide professional development for teachers, we were one of the highest performing states in the country. Right. We took that out, and a couple of years later, you began to see that long and slow taper. Yeah. My point is, this could be at the district level where we have to do it 200 times over, or it could be something that the state did, which the state used to do. But if we gut that capacity out and there's nobody paying attention to instruction, which is what's happening in Vermont, then of course we're going to have declining support for students in teaching.
No, thank you for that. We're out of time.
I was going to say, I want to move us to the Vermont School
I think what I was suggesting anyway was what Martine was pointing out, was that is the anecdotal and probably statistically able to be considered information in superintendencies that were SUs that became SDs, same towns, same communities, and what has gone differently in that cohesive pre-K-12 model would be really helpful information in a less anecdotal and more give us specific examples and help us understand what's happening with student outcomes or how schools are performing differently where they might have not been passing budgets, for instance, and may now.
So just two quick things on this. One is that we don't, our charge is to put maps together with the 4,000 to 8,000, knowing all of this, right? So we're not changing our charge because we have this information.
As practical.
As practical.
Where practical.
Yeah.
So,
important.
but I just, we can caveat that, right, in our report, saying there, but, and I just want to do the Vermont School Board Association piece, which is tomorrow night. Martine, I think it's tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Martine and I are answering questions coming in from school boards for the regional meetings. They have put out a survey to school board chairs asking for snapshots. So I know a lot of school board chairs, including me, have been going through the
what do we do? How do we get this information? Are we reaching out to the community in this 2-week time? How do we do meaningful engagement? It's really a lot, but it's a snapshot, right? So the information that the School Boards Association is pulling for us is a snapshot of what's happening in the state today. So if schools have been reaching out to the community and having a lot of engagement and working with other districts, that will come back to us. If they haven't, that will come back to us too. So that's the information that we will have at our next meeting. So I just wanted to do that
Thank you,
really quickly.
Edie. Wonderful. Okay, I see a hand in the audience.
Well, Dr. Foster has three.
Oh,
Okay, Jen,
go,
2
go.
items. One is, I really appreciate the input. One of our charges is one of the maps has to be supervisory unions, so I think it's important to reflect that. And then the other item is on the frequently misunderstood terms. I think it'd be great to put on that a date and who wrote it and where it came from, because there's pieces in there that just, it needs clarifying, and that was attached to, I think, this agenda item. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Will do.
So where did we end with Wendy's request? I'm not clear on that. Didn't you request data on SDs that perform better than that, or something like
Yes.
that? And I'm curious, because I tend to agree with Rebecca and Beth. I'm not following how that's gonna be.
So that is a conversation about a future agenda,
Okay.
which we will definitely get to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So I want to pass the mic to Beth and Jay, because they are going to present the finalized problem statements today. So you have the floor.
I'm going to defer to Beth, who did the lion's share of the work this time around.
Well, and I don't know that everyone has this because we had some issues with stuff going into spam folders and not being seen, and finally making sure we're on the same page. So I did bring a hard copy in case you need to make copies, and I did email it to you last night, and I think, Rebecca, I had emailed it to you priorly, and nothing had changed since I gave it to you, so.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can someone email that to me so I can post it and we can
Yeah.
share it?
Does one of you want to, I mean, I can get my computer out and running, but if you have it
I have my
easier.
computer right here.
Thank you.
So last night, yep, got it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was asked to maybe bring a hard copy in case we didn't have the documents to facilitate around time, in case they needed to make paper copies.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at.
I don't think anyone else has this, because
Oh,
it was just
okay.
last night that it finally.
Okay.
Yeah,
Chrissy's gonna make some, you have, how many copies do you
Can I
have?
borrow someone's original?
this is the original I brought with me to make copies in case it was needed. I wish I'd done that when I got here this morning.
And I will send it to,
Send it to,
everyone.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you have it? To get it up on the screen? No.
I just sent it, oh, sorry.
You sent it?
I just sent it to Chrissy. I'm gonna send it to you too, sorry.
We have a hand.
Jay?
Yeah, I would say that in trying and going through this exercise, I think it's going to take the task force as a whole to help us with wordsmithing and using Sue's notes about who voted for which ones to stay and which ones to go. Beth did a great job of kind of summarizing that, but we both agreed that there will be some wordsmithing that still needs to be done on this.
That's why I brought this, so I could do it on the fly.
All right.
Because I have it, I saved it, put it right on my desktop to have easy access.
Can I ask a clarifying question while we're waiting for the copies? Can someone remind me the purpose of these? How are you hoping that these will inform the work of the task force?
I'll take a stab at it. When we first convened, we asked ourselves the question, what problem are we trying to solve? We were given a charge, and we had a brainstorming activity where we all shared what we thought the problem was that we're here to try to help solve. And we generated a list of problem statements that really weren't problem statements. They were more potential solutions or guidelines for how we're going to do our work. And so we then went through a process of trying to turn those into problem statements. And just did it verbatim. Like whatever was on the chart paper, we just translated that the best we could into a problem statement with there were a couple items, I will admit, that we did a little editorial work on. But then we came up with all these statements, and as we read them as when phrased as problems, we thought, well, no, that's not really it. One of the statements, for example, was that we needed to provide more and better resources for all students in Vermont, when we've recognized really the problem is there's an inequity of resources, or at least we perceive that there is one. And maybe some students are getting a very fine education with plenty of resources. So we went through the process of each one of those, kind of questioning it. And the poll, when you came to the last meeting, what we did was we went through and decided which of those we agreed with and which we didn't, or which we thought were relevant and which we thought were out of scope. So now we're trying to boil that down so that we have statements that we think really are the problems that we're trying to solve, or that we have to solve in order to create a map that we can support.
So it's really.
Did I catch that
Does the
accurately?
map do what we hope it will?
Right.
It's almost like that checklist. We have the checklist for the charge from the legislation, but it also needs to address these issues.
Which is why it's important for the template.
To be in the
So
template, right.
these should be the reference points that we're hitting in our template when we're evaluating our proposed maps.
Right. Okay. So because it was a brainstorm, we saw there was some repetitiveness. So kind of looking through it with the notes from the last meeting and kind of on our own. So there were 3 statements, numbers 1, 2, and 7 from the last list and number 7 was CTE could go in a couple of places because there's a governance issue with CTE also, and that's not consistent across the state. But I put it there, it could maybe end up in both. Because all 3 of those seem to address that big statement that educational opportunities and resources for Vermont students are inequitable. So I would boil those 3 into that statement. And then so the other 2, educational opportunities and resources for Vermont students are inconsistent and their experiences are different. I don't think there should be a period there. Therefore, our pre-K-12 system needs a more coherent structure, but that still allows for flexibility. And I think that kind of goes to Kim's point about that entire pre-K through 12 experience, the whole journey being a little more consistent. But you also need some flexibility because we have rural areas, urban areas, et cetera. Under the governance piece, it's that lack of economies of scale. We're talking that can be cost. We don't want to say, we had some issues around saying it's too expensive or, or cutting the cost curve. So boil those 3 in the statement that our current system lacks economies of scale for many educational services, efficient governance, and cost effectiveness. And under the decision-making guidelines, I didn't actually touch any of those because those were more like guiding principles. I didn't know if people still thought we should boil those down into less statements or reword those. So those numbers 9 through 14 that weren't really problem solving or problem statements in the first place, we just left alone at this point. That's it.
So instead of 14 points, we boiled it down to 3.
Problems.
Amazing, well done. That's great. I have a hand right here, Rebecca.
I really want to give you guys kudos. This is amazing. Really appreciate it. If it's a pre-K system, it would be helpful to me to articulate that we think of it as a pre-K system. And the reason I raise that is a lot of the data we're getting is excluding pre-kindergarten. And if we're going to be talking about a pre-K system, our data needs to include pre-kindergarten.
Right, and I questioned that as well, but pre-K had been brought up by other people because technically, like the Ed Committee, it's K through 12. Pre-K isn't really in our purview, it is, but I mean, but we all have that mixed model of pre-K too. We have.
But it's under, it's under education quality standards and it's paid for out of the public school education fund.
Right. Not all pre-K is offered in public schools. We have the mixed model.
But it's paid for publicly, right? I mean, I understood it to be pre-K as well because I think also there's something coming up around the 4-year-olds, right? Isn't that part of something being studied? I don't know, in some piece of this legislation or some, I don't know, you all would
Well,
probably.
childcare fits in the purview of the Health and
Right.
Welfare Committee.
Right,
And then
yes.
pre-K
Right.
fits in to
Right.
the Education
So it
Committee.
kinda-
So it is, it gets a little complicated.
Yeah.
But we probably should decide what we are, what are we focusing on? What are we doing? I think I'm glad you guys brought that up. It's a good question.
I can tell you one example of why it matters. I mean, we've been looking at the maps, and if 10% of the kids in a building are pre-kindergarten, but we're not acknowledging them,
Right,
we're
you can't.
underestimating the capacity of
Yeah.
that building, but we're also not being realistic about what's going on there. Particularly because in a lot of our more rural communities where there really aren't private providers, they're using their public schools to provide basic access to services.
Any other questions on this great work that you both did? Thank you. Questions or comments?
Or wordsmithing.
Go ahead, Ken.
So I do think, and if it's not captured in the statements that are in bold above, we need to think about the withstanding federal variation, the relevant, clearly presented data to inform and reinforce the work.
So that's in 9 through 14 that we didn't change anything.
No, I understand. I think, so we're going to leave them as they,
That's
I
up
was
to you.
thinking we were, for the purposes of a template, moving some of these out because they're more statements of the reality of how legislation happens and the crunch timeline. But like 11, 12, 13, 11,
Yeah.
12, and 14 anyway, I feel remain relevant. And if it's totally fine if we want to leave them independently there. I would just think we would not want to lose them. So,
Yeah. Rebecca?
In terms of the guidelines, I think it's important to keep them. One of the things I think we lost, and I'm just going to go back to number 10, the political instability and churn. We have had profound policy churn at the legislative level, which has significant implications for school operations and district operations. And when you think of states that are seeing significant improvement in teaching and learning, and so I'm going to go back to that behind, it's not that we're behind, it's that we're focused on constantly changing where we're trying to go. But if we could figure out where we wanted to go and stay on it for 10 years, we might actually surprise ourselves. But we just cannot seem to have the attention span to stay on something for 10 years.
So I would definitely agree that we need to keep the decision-making guidelines, but maybe compact, or keep just, like Kim was saying, the ones that are really important. Like number 9, we know it. I mean, I don't know if that has to be part of the decision-making guideline. Maybe that could go, but I haven't edited those. I'm not saying we should get rid of them. We just hadn't worked on that part of it. Okay?
I think we should keep them as decision-making
Yeah,
guidelines,
they're
separate from the
guidelines.
problem statements.
Yeah. And do people want to just keep all 6 as they are? I'm fine with that. I mean, they're just guidelines, so, okay. That's what I thought.
do any of them come up above guidelines though? Like in a really variable set of structures, can we even have relevant, clear data to compare anything? So can 14 happen if the system isn't designed differently than it is currently? So I'm wondering if something like 14 moves above the guidelines and becomes one of the things.
But I think it's our reality today.
Okay.
And we can't change that
Okay.
quickly, right?
So we're solving for problems, so I just don't want us to lose sight of that. And in the wordsmithing category, one of the things I think may be missing is consistent implementation, so maybe it could be added to the third one,
The
governance and operational efficiency. Because at first I just stuck implementation in my little notes as I was looking at scale for many educational services. But it is economy of scale and consistent implementation, again, because we're not, if we even had the support from the AOE, we've got like a variable. If it's not true, then that's totally.
I just don't think it's our charge
Okay.
to implement.
So, and we're at.
But designed for the opportunity for consistency.
We have to wrap this up super quick. We'll go Rebecca and then Sue. Yeah.
So maybe a way to handle that is that we commit in the process to identifying places where our statutory framework prevents us from doing these things. I think pre-K is a great example. We have literally mandated not operating at scale in a more expensive way that requires different standards and different providers of what's supposed to be the same service. So by statute, they can't do what we're saying we're supposed to do. So if we just bucket that, that can be something that the legislature can deal with or not, but at least we're making clear that in this current statutory framework, there's no way school districts can be held accountable for efficient use of dollars in a consistent way for kids.
Thank
I
you.
just
Sue.
want to quickly offer one suggestion, keeping in mind that when we get to the public engagement part of this, these are some things we're going to be asking people to weigh in on. And I just want to make a case for just moving number 12 up to the 3, including it as a 4th in the problem statements, which is about how can we build a system that can collect and respond to local feedback in productive ways. So I think that is something people are going to want to have opinions about, and it seems like it is different than these decision-making guidelines.
So the problem statement would be,
how can we build a consolidated system that can collect and respond to local feedback in productive ways?
so that's not a
I would love to
problem
do that. I don't
statement,
think it's
is
part
it?
of our mandate.
Is that
Isn't that part of the checklist around
It is to have feedback,
consideration?
but is it one of the problems we're trying to solve?
Can we flag it for when we
Yeah.
get to the engagement
Would it be something like,
conversation?
there's
We're running a
not-
little bit
We might
behind in
decide
So number
that-
12, let me flag that, let me highlight it in like yellow or
Well,
something.
and so we can
okay.
talk about it when we get to that piece of engagement, because we may want people to react to both the big 3 and the decision-making guidelines.
I mean, I think we definitely
That- I think if we are gonna keep all of those, it may be less important exactly where that goes. If it's out of, I think it's arguable, it's within our scope to be considering what we're building and how that would look for communities to be engaged with their districts. So I would argue it belongs in part of our considerations, but I also think it might be nuanced in how we're approaching it. So let's think about the mechanics of what we'll
Jay.
use in engagement.
Jay gets the last word and then we move
I
on
would
to
go
the
back to
rest.
my oversimplistic metaphor about building a foundation. I think we certainly want to help create a map that allows the next task force that will be dealing with governance and
Voting boards.
yeah, right, voting wards, that sort of thing. So yeah, as long as we keep it on a very general level, I think it'd be okay.
Great. Awesome, thank you. Thanks for the work on this. Appreciate the feedback.
Decision to make that pre-K versus K.
I think, isn't pre-K in our charge? I think pre-K is in our charge.
It's not in our problem here. I'm saying maybe we should stick with pre-K.
Oh, it is. Pre-K is in our language.
No, it's not in the bold language.
Where are we looking?
Oh, it is
It is.
pre-K. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, just checking.
put it in there.
You did. I looked at the first sentence, not the second. Sorry.
All right.
Okay, moving on.
Moving on, so we have Secretary of Education Zoe Saunders here to talk to us about the data that they have provided, and they are continuing to provide for us, and we have some QAs. Some questions were in advance. I was told today that some folks have questions today as well, so we will have that conversation. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. So we received a pretty robust data request from the Redistricting Task Force. I think it totaled about 160 individual data inquiries. And we have responded to that through an interactive tool so that it's easier to organize and identify the specific data sets. I did receive 3 areas of inquiry before this meeting. One was related to answering questions around timing of how certain data are collected. Another was related to requesting an update on new data that are available. And the third was a request for a list of school closures over the past several years. So I have with me today those updates. I know I only have 15 minutes. So what would be helpful is at the start of the meeting, before I get into the presentation, if anyone has any specific questions or data that they want to look at specifically, to let me know now so we can try to get folks at the agency on the ready if we want to do a deep dive in any particular area.
And does it make sense to have you present first in case you're presenting it, and then ask you to do it?
I'm orienting you to what was provided. I don't intend in this 15-minute presentation to go deep in any one specific data set because I was not requested to do that. So if there's a particular area of inquiry that folks are interested in, it would be helpful to note that now.
Is the data that was requested that hasn't yet been provided, is that still coming?
I will share an update of the data that has been updated since we released the tool and shared this at your last meeting.
So it's just hard to know what questions we have until you update us.
So if there's questions around specifics, we can walk through. We only have 15 minutes, so I want to make sure we're clear on that. So more of today's presentation is an orientation to the information we have. So I can provide background and context around the data sets that we have provided. We'll share an overview of kind of the high level, what was included within each section. And then I'll orient you to the interactive tool because that will be a resource ongoing that's at your disposal should there be additional requests in the future. We could talk about next steps. I think some of the conversation that preceded this agenda item is really relevant to be able to address, and I think we can get to as well in the presentation. So.
If you want, I can, if you're interested.
Sure.
I have questions that are still pending around the demographics on students who are placed in public schools outside the state of Vermont or tuitioned that I haven't been able to get. We also don't have any performance data for independent schools.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me go through.
And are you going to have time to address the agency reorganization?
I can. All of that's probably going to take more than 15 minutes. So if it is okay with the chair, we can extend the time, and I'm happy to address those questions.
I don't think we can extend the time today, but maybe we can invite you back another time.
Perfect. That sounds good. All right, let me share my screen. All right. Just confirming that you can see. It doesn't look like it's on the... Okay, perfect. Okay, excellent. So today, just for this quick update, I'm providing just overall data considerations as you're reviewing the information provided. We have included notes by data request, by section, and I'll share with you the recent updates that have been provided. This slide simply is a recap of the data that Act 73 identified as important for this body to consider as you're making your recommendations. As we look at data availability, it is important to just have some broad understanding around how our data are collected and some of the considerations around what level that information is collected, along with the time frame and the actual timing. So due to our scale, there are some challenges that we are related to reporting out by school level. So we do have significant suppression of student-related data. That is also true for independent schools as well, to Representative Holcomb's question. Around the district level, typically...
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you please explain what data suppression is for people who might be listening? I'm not sure everyone understands it.
Certainly. For student privacy, it's important for us to protect the unique information of students in our schools. And so if there are just a handful of students at a school that will be reporting, it would not be protecting their privacy. And so we have very specific suppression rules that are following federal guidelines and are outlined in our ESSA state plan that ensure we're being mindful of that. And at the district level, we collect data related to budget, education spending, enrollment, student counts at the district level. The supervisory union and supervisory district level is probably the greatest ability to look at student data and observe trends over time. In terms of time frame, we received a specific question in advance of this meeting around what does this mean? What are the time periods of which this data is representing? And that really has a lot to do, it does have a lot to do with how the data are collected and for what purpose. So in some instances, you're looking at data that's coded as SY or school year, and that represents the typical academic year. In other instances, data are collected by the state fiscal year, and in some instances by the federal fiscal year. And so wherever there's a distinction, we make that note for comparability. And there is a lag of data availability for certain data sets, and that's related to the process of data collection and also validation. So here I've just noted for you what you can tend to expect in terms of the availability of data for across budget and academic indicators. The request that we received was organized into several sections. So Section A is related to data on cost drivers, Section B around longitudinal district condition data, Section C around state capacity to support change.
We don't need you to read every single, just people can see it. So, okay, so those are what the data requests were.
So data requests, and it varies in terms of the level of detail within each. So just a couple high-level notes around those sections. Related to A is with respect to cost drivers, a lot were related to special education. And so we released a report on Friday that was submitted as part of Act 73 on the current state of special education delivery. That satisfies a lot of the specific request within the redistricting task force submission to us. And we could, at a subsequent time, I think, walk through that. We do not have data incurred around costs incurred by designated agencies. That's not currently in what we've provided from the agency. We don't own that data. And also budget and tuition data is available for the most recent years. We have included national data comparing Vermont to other states. It's always important to provide caveats as we're doing that comparative data in terms of, different states might collect information differently. And certainly in our special education report, we were really intentional around calling that out. Yep.
With respect to the designated agencies, would it be possible to modify that request in a way that you could be responsive? For example, we know that education fund is given by school districts to the designated agency and they use it to pull down the local Medicaid match. Would it be possible to ask the DAs to present information on what they have received from school districts in aggregate and how much federal match they've been able to pull down from it? I have seen that data before, so I know that's easier to work with DMH.
Sure, and with all of these, it's also a matter of time. So what we were trying to be is responsive to the data request. So there's certainly opportunity to pursue any sort of other analysis further and in partnership with sister agencies. It comes down to a level of prioritization in terms of time and resources of what the districting task force thinks is most critical.
Yep. So with respect, we're in a very attenuated timeline because that was the administration's request. And the reason it matters is this bill is requiring us to consider organizing school districts around the DAs. And that assumes that the DAs are functional and have a functional relationship with school districts. It's difficult to evaluate that in the timeline that you requested if you aren't providing us the data to evaluate that.
So we have we have provided some extensive analysis around Medicaid within the special education report, and we can review that and see if there's additional detail that could be required.
That's a different question. I thank you. I did see that report. Thank you very much, but that's actually a very different question.
Yeah, and I think some of what you're asking is very specific to funding considerations. So the district configuration is really about how are we going to resource our system equitably, and where we're evaluating there might be gaps to access and services, I think is where you're coming into how are we going to fund those resources. So it's related.
That's your interpretation. I think we're asking because if we are being tasked in the law with organizing school districts around access to DAs, the assumption that we're trying to test is whether that DA provision of services is the right way and if it's actually a functioning way to provide, for example, mental health support. And this came up because of the extraordinary increase in mental health expenditures in the state education fund. So I think, please just what we're asking for is just data to test the assumptions. We're not asking for whether school-based Medicaid is a functional system. And I think the other thing we're trying to assess is risk, because we know very well that due to the big bill, we may not have access to that Medicaid. So we're trying to figure out what the most efficient and effective way is to organize services, including if we lose access to school-based Medicaid.
Yeah, so I think it's just the specifics around what is the area of inquiry. So we can make that note, and I can definitely follow up with you on how you want that structured, and we can pursue that.
That'd be great. I think, it's a good point. As schools take on more and more social services, it's just going to become more and more critical to how we put together the
And frankly,
system.
some schools are no longer using EDAs
Yeah.
much because they haven't worked.
Right.
And that's worth knowing too, because that says something about the functionality of organizing a district around a DA.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. So section B was looking at really district condition data. And so some of the request in here is related to school board information that we don't collect, such as turnover rates. However, we did provide a link to the education funding report, which does a deep dive around the overall governance structure of boards and gets into the level of detail around number of board members in comparison to students, which could be useful. Section C is around the state capacity to support change. So there was a question around just alignment of systems. There has been some, I think, prior intent to do that within the state of Vermont. We provided testimony related to that in the spring, and there's more plans ahead as we're thinking about how do we support that alignment of systems, standardization of reporting. All of that work is underway, and we've provided some details there. The agency has just completed a very extensive reorganization that went into effect at the beginning of this month. A lot of the conversation that you were having earlier around the need for leadership around academics is clearly represented in that. That was evident as we went out on our Listen and Learn tour, that was a very big area that needed to be enhanced. And so in response to that, I've created new positions focused on curriculum and instruction and providing academic support and training. That's all very much in response to the feedback that we heard from the field and much of what you shared at the top of your meeting related to the superintendent's updates. Yes.
I think one of the things I think a lot of us who've been around for a long time have a concern about is the agency now has about 35 fewer positions than it did in, say, our peak when we were a high-scoring, high-performing state. And the positions that were lost were primarily in the area of, improvement of learning. And so we can move the positions around, but we still have not much capacity. And I have tremendous respect for how hard people work. I remember when I was at the agency, we would get people from other agencies and they'd do a U-turn, go right back and say, I didn't know how hard you worked here. So I want to honor the people working there and also say there's not that many of them. And what I have a couple questions about the reorg. One is we've now separated the education program and the instructional support and the accountability. So now the work is a little bit more fragmented. And I think part of the bucketing earlier had been an attempt to intentionally get more scale to provide more robust support, given the fact that there's not enough of it. But the other is I'm very curious about the transformation division because there's all these new positions, but it's a standalone division. And I'm just curious on a day-to-day basis what you think those standalone positions are going to be doing.
Yeah, so with all due respect, the former structure was not serving us well.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and so the intention is to really organize the agency in a way that's going to be responsive to the biggest priorities of the field. With any structure, there's going to still need to be collaboration across different areas. So how we have organized is to align those teams that are really most engaged and need to be collaborating to deliver on the work. And then there's also effort around ensuring that that collaboration is happening across areas and divisions. So that's just part of the way that we do our work and are aligning to each individual employee's major job responsibilities. Each division has clearly outlined priorities in which they are noting where they have those areas of alignment and coordination with other divisions. So there's a lot of intentionality in place within the reorganization to address that and ensure that we are providing a high standard of support and really emphasizing academics.
Yeah, and I would just say, I would like to invite the secretary back to another meeting because I think time is tight today,
Sure.
unfortunately, so thank you.
Yep. And Section D had a lot of the requests that are actually embedded within the mapping tool as layers, so that's available to you as a resource. Section E was calling on the agency to provide analysis around prior education reform and relevant reviews that have been conducted. So they're linked to several reports within that. Also, there was a request not for data, but just a description of the methodology, like the process of identifying specifically economic disadvantage, how that relates to the allocation of federal funds, and also assessment reporting. So this section has a lot of descriptive information that is tied back either to statute or to our SS state plan. Section fee, yeah?
I think the question there was also had to do with, and this is partly for the purpose of mapping, but it's also, there seem to be some pretty significant inconsistencies, and the question was sort of forward-looking. For example, we can't identify what proportion of the kids who are tuitioning to public schools in neighboring states are economically disadvantaged. So the question was,
So there is not tuitioning to neighboring states, so the question's not as relevant.
well, it is relevant.
After Act 73.
Well, it is relevant, absolutely, public schools.
Oh, to the
We're
public,
absolutely-
yeah.
And the agency can't tell us what the demographics, so when kids go to Granville, we don't know what the demographics are. How are we going to manage a foundation formula in that context if we can't tell what kids being tuitioned to Granville are economically disadvantaged or not disadvantaged, because they'll still be presumably driving away.
So I think there's a difference between knowing that information and how we report it, because that would need to be known to us for the weighting.
Correct, that's
Yes.
my point. So we're trying to figure out how you're going to do the foundation plan, whether it's your plan or the legislator's plan, if you don't even have that data.
Yeah, so one of the things, with the system is designed to report the data that we have right now. So any sort of shift that would require us to have additional data collection, we need to do. So we can take that as a review to see, as part of any statutory changes, if that would be required, how to evaluate that.
Those students are presumably driving a weight now, but we're paying a weight for them currently under 127, but we just don't know where they are. Like that data exists, but the AOE doesn't seem to have it.
No, I don't think that's an accurate statement.
Then this request has been at the agency for a month, so it'd be nice to have some response.
Yeah, because part of the work that we actually have done, particularly within the interstate districts, is doing that deeper dive as we were analyzing expenditures. So I don't think
I
that's
think interstate districts don't tuition.
in terms of understanding expenditures.
Okay.
So we can certainly have that as a takeaway to review. And also, I think what's really important with the redistricting task force is you're calling out a lot of probably important details as we're thinking about implementation, but are not as consequential in thinking about the whole scale, right? I think it's really important as we're designing a system and you're making recommendations around redistricting that you're taking into account kind of the big picture around how our data plays out. Some of the nuance around who might be tuitioned out of state to public schools or something is a very small portion of our population that we absolutely do need to consider, but it's really not as, I don't think, impactful for you in making your big decisions right now around redistricting.
So if we have concerns about how it might be implemented, you're saying it doesn't matter? Seriously, big picture, we're trying to figure out how to actually make it work.
My point is, your question is very nuanced, and we can track down an answer to that question, for sure. One of the things I would encourage the task force to do is identify how you're going to prioritize the additional areas of inquiry and at what phase to make your decision. Because it's all, as you know, about resource and time. So we can take that away as a question.
Generally just want to make sure we're doing a good job and that
Of
we're
course.
doing it right and that we don't make mistakes. And so,
Sure.
So the devil's always in the details, so we want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah, no,
But
for sure.
we're also running out of time, and I really want to learn about BOCES, which is next up on the agenda, so
Maybe we schedule,
I think we need to have the secretary back, yeah.
So I think it's fair, if we want to really have a robust conversation around data, we have to allocate more than 15 minutes for the Agency of Education to provide this information. all that can be accomplished within 15 minutes is me orienting you to how we have responded to your data inquiry.
But we don't want you to provide data to us right now. That can be done in the in-between meetings. So in terms of providing data, that's not happening now. That happens between our meetings.
I think the questions are around how we're looking at that data. I don't think that data, we can look at the actual tool. If that specific request has not been identified, we can note that. So what I would encourage you all to do, if we can kind of regroup a little bit,
Jay, I want to let Jay ask his question real quick.
I just think for this next meeting when we do get together, and I'm hopeful that we can include implementation in our discussion, because we don't want to make a recommendation for a map that won't work. It wastes a lot of people's time and puts our communities in a great deal of distress already. We've met with several of them. And I just feel that if we have the data we need and we make a plan based on that data, it's better than us just coming up with a map and hoping it works. And I really feel that we're doing a disservice if we aren't carefully considering all of the relevant data, even if it is a small portion of the students. We're talking about things like inequity. I always feel that it's those small numbers of students that get lost in that conversation about equity. And so when we went to a meeting recently in South Royalton for the White River Valley SU, a point was made that as much as that SU is a community and as much as they support their schools and are imploring us to consider that in our mapping, they mentioned that 80 of their students of high school age attend schools through choice elsewhere, and it's only 80 students, but their high school currently only enrolls 240 or so. So I think those sorts of data points are really important for us to make sure that we're creating maps that will do what the charge we've been given has mandated. So I'm hoping we can include the idea of making sure a map supports like effective implementation moving forward.
Agreed. All right, how many more slides do we have?
So I don't want to be misinterpreted in this meeting. I absolutely think that implementation considerations are important. My point was we've responded as quickly as we can to a large volume of requests, and we're capturing if there's pending questions that you have and prioritizing those so that we are getting the task force the information that you need to make decisions. So what would be helpful is going into the tool that we provided and making sure that there's clarity around which particular items you feel are outstanding that we need to prioritize. So I completely agree that this body needs the data to make informed decisions. There's a lot of data that's been provided, and my questions were really around how do you prioritize what's next? And if that isn't clear at this time, that's also okay. But it is really important to us at the agency that you have the data that you need to make decisions. So just to be very clear. In terms of the updates, and just noting here, there have been several updates largely to Section A out of the special education report that was submitted on Friday. Also within Section C, there were a lot of questions around capacity. That has largely been updated following some work around our reorganization. And then there were some updates around sections F and G. Some of this kind of crossed over with the work around the special education data, but also goes into detail around the student performance data that was requested. I think there's still some outstanding requests and disaggregating this in other ways, which we are working on. So that's mainly the point that I would make for this meeting. In terms of the actual tool, I mean, I think that's part of what we're requesting is understanding what are your priorities, right, for making your decisions moving forward. So we've taken the request that you had, we've organized them within each section. So this is interactive, and you can click on any one request and it shows the availability, the source, and provides any contextual notes that might be needed to interpret the data. So I think this is a really great resource for us to be in partnership with you. From the conversation today, what I'm hearing is specific requests related to tuitioning to public schools out of state is a question. I can go into the tuition analysis for that. And then I think the second question was really related to the coordination with the designated agencies and looking at that data. So that's so far today what I've captured are two of your major pending data requests.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm that, and if there's additional that you feel are really important for your decision making.
I just want to say thank you so much for being here. I know this is hard work. I know it's tense. It's a lot. We thank you for being here. And I think we'll probably do the same thing that we did this time, which is we will try to come up with some questions for you, send them to you in advance. And if you're willing to come back, have you back.
Okay. But I just want to make sure that there's a clear takeaway, because I'm hearing a real sense of urgency around data that you need to make decisions now. So it would be quite helpful if before I end today, there's clarity on what you feel are the most urgent data requests that you don't think are satisfied with what we've already provided.
I mean, I have a lot of questions around school construction, but I'm not prepared to give them to you right now. I will send them to you within a week, but I don't have them ready to give you right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do have
Go
one.
ahead.
It's a
And then we need
question,
to
not
wrap.
necessarily about this data, but it is a question about the law and the average class sizes and how do we see that in this data right now? I see teacher ratios. I don't necessarily see class size information, but the law is specific to speak to class size. So is that data captured or intended to be captured, and how would that be captured?
We did a separate data collection around class size in the spring before all the specifics of Act 73 were put into place. We do have that information, and that can be used as a proxy.
That would be helpful, thank you. And that's gathered how?
I believe that's in this file. I have to go through and make sure.
But how is that gathered?
From the districts?
Yes, from districts, independent schools. How is that, since that all are spoken to in the law, how is that gathered in the spring?
Yeah, the collection, the data collection in the spring was for public schools.
Okay.
And so moving forward with the new criteria, we've established those independent schools that are eligible. There will also need to be a process of additional data collection around that with the new rules. So up until this current moment, that information was not required to be collected by independent schools per statute.
And the school districts that reported based on their average across grade level, or it wasn't teacher-student ratio, it was something else that was being asked of them?
So we already had on file data by grade level in terms of students, so this was actually getting into class size, and it was disaggregated to, we had different collections for the middle school to really account for the different middle and high school for the different courses. So I can share with you.
It was an additional ask.
It was an additional ask, yeah. So it was an additional ask, really being responsive to, I think, questions that the legislature had, and recognizing there were some limitations with how the data had been collected, and trying to get an understanding of which, the degree to which schools were meeting the proposed class size. So that's included in this data tool, is the collection that we received. Has everyone had a chance to look at the data tool?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Not enough.
Right. So, yeah.
I was going to say, I think there's a lot of information. I think there's a lot of information here, right, on the, in the data that you have provided that has not been put into the mapping tool. One of the things, I'm sure it's going to come up in our conversation going forward, and I know we're way out of time, we're way over, but if we're using ADM as a stand-in for students, that's not telling us where the actual students are. That's telling us a weighted student. So we might be looking at districts or areas of the state where we have weighted for sparsity that actually have many fewer students, and we're looking at where should the school be? And so I think that like those are the kind of pieces that we now need to look at and make sure that the mapping tool
Yeah.
has the information that we need to make good maps, right? Because I know that ADM is not the right number to be using when we're counting where students
Bodies.
are and where they go to school.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great point. And so when we were producing maps back in the spring, we were producing maps by enrollment and by ADM. It's telling you different things that are going to guide your recommendations. So I think those are the kinds of conversations that would be really helpful for us to understand, so that we can, again, prioritize. We are here, the Agency of Education, Agency of Digital Services, as a resource. I think this was a lot of information requested at one time. Let's get it out there to you. But what we're really trying to get at is what is most critical for you at this point, and how do we help you to review that information?
Yes, Rebecca.
One thing that would also be really helpful is
Sure.
when data is provided, if it's in an Excel spreadsheet. I know this sounds so picky, but what we're doing is exporting it and then re-uploading it. It's helpful if we can merge on a standard column, which is why we keep emphasizing putting standard district numbers into school names, et cetera, whatever those standard columns are, having those be consistent across spreadsheets, that way they can be merged. Because actually the tool is not that helpful for some of what we're trying to do. So we're having to redo it outside the tool. And then
It's the analysis that's helpful, right?
and actually what's challenging is sometimes I think you're inferring analysis, which is actually not what we're trying to do, and we don't want that. We just want the numbers right now. And then
We have not inferred anything. We've provided you.
with respect to, we don't have time. I'm happy to have a conversation with you off camera.
Finish up.
But also to the extent that if something is in a spreadsheet, it's either using, it's difficult if the columns are filled out narratively but in an inconsistent way. We have to actually recreate the entire spreadsheet to be able to use it quantitatively. So for example, if we're trying to figure out if districts are tuitioning or operating, if there's just some standard convention within the column, then we can use it. If not, we have to reinvent it.
Dave's going to have the last word.
Thank you for your patience and also for doing this Herculean task with a smaller group of people to work with than you might have had before, and this long list of requests. We just want to make sure that they're particular to the work of the task force and not ancillary to the work, to help you and to help us. So thank you, thank you.
Absolutely.
you.
We're here to be a resource.
We will be in touch. Thank
Okay.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, we are moving on. Quickly.
I was going to say, do we want to, do you have time? Can we take a break right now
Can we
and then come
break?
back? I'm asking our guest if
Yeah,
she's
can I
willing to.
posit that we break individually when we need to? Just because we did run over by quite a big chunk of time.
I figured we'd kind of go into lunch, but you want to do that?
If we, I wouldn't.
What do folks
I don't want to
wanna
miss,
do?
I don't want to
I'm
miss
happy
the
break individually
meeting.
So we don't miss the people who are.
Okay, so take a quick break then?
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes right now.
Okay.
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes. We'll be right back at 10 after 11. All right, everybody, we are back. And we're going to mute.
I was gonna say, I hear an echo.
Okay. So we are here welcoming Sherry Souza and Jill Graham to talk to us about BOCES.
Well, good morning, and thank you again. I am riveted to this conversation as an acting superintendent. This is my 40th year as an educator, 30th in...
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're having...
Sound issues?
Sound is working.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's the right interruption. So
Thank
let's
you,
hang.
Chrissy.
Can you tell us when we have sound?
People tell me when they can't hear.
Yes, lots.
I get that.
I appreciate it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
I'm assuming I did something wrong.
No.
I always assume that.
It's been a struggle. I don't know, it's been hard.
My last text was, it's pretty smooth on Orca, so.
Oh, Orca.
No, somebody texted me that it was going really well, and I think that was the kiss of the jinx. Never put it out there.
Orcas and teams.
So, all right, we'll reconnect. We'll wait.
We'll reintroduce.
While we're waiting, I did want to bring an apple pie today.
Oh.
I know, I'm sorry.
I know.
I will, it's the next meeting. I'll bring one.
I'm gonna hold you accountable on that one.
Lots of apples.
Yay.
So, I promise.
How are we doing on sound?
Muted on the screen up there. Where you turned it down. We didn't. You didn't do anything there?
It doesn't get any levels right here.
So I muted Sherry's computer.
That shouldn't make a
I was
difference.
gonna say that shouldn't make a difference?
Nope.
What in full disclosure? Just to make sure.
No, because we heard it there, and then something happened after, so. Oh, Jen just said sound is good.
Sound is good. Nice. Did they hear me?
All right, you can hear us now, I think, so we're gonna get back on track here with our Boards of Cooperative Educational Services, BOCES. Sherry Souza and Jill Graham are here to present. I'm getting, sound is good, sound is not good. Are we not good still? You're not.
No, when I go on Teams, it says, but it's getting level right here.
So you're, I'm wondering if I can, let me see, in listening on Teams, I can give us that we're good.
Teams is what I'm hearing from.
And Teams, probably both.
Okay, so do we need to
It really shouldn't, I mean, you're not the owner of the meeting.
No. Correct.
All right, so I'm hearing from Teams that they can hear us well.
Teams can hear us well.
On Orca can hear us well. Sorry, Orca can hear us well. Teams, let's see. Yes, Teams can hear us well. That's what I'm hearing.
Let's go for it.
All right.
Well, again, good morning and thank you. As a current superintendent, I really appreciate the opportunity to share the work we've done as the Southeast Supervisory Superintendents Association. Jay was a member for years, Jen as well. And I'm here to speak really around my experience here in Vermont and working with BOCES. And I invited Jill Graham, who really is the expert and has brought such a high level of expertise, understanding of BOCES, as well as how do we support our students in our districts and working as superintendents together to make that happen. Oops, I can't move it forward. Oh, there we go. See, that's why we're here, Jill.
Good morning and thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present this information to the committee for their consideration. Just one sidebar, I bring about 20 years of experience with educational service agencies across 2 states, in Pennsylvania as well as in Massachusetts. And so I'm really excited about this opportunity for Vermont and to share my perspective with you. So our goal today is to be responsive to the questions that were posed to us by the committee. We also want to provide you some context, a working definition for educational service agencies, a little bit of history about what that's looked like, particularly within the Southeast region, and then turn specifically to your questions. Can I ask a question? Yes.
Because there are a lot of people listening who've never heard of a BOCES. So I'm assuming you're going to give us a good primer on that. But it's a BOCES is an educational service agency?
It is. Okay. Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about that structure as well. Okay. So to that end, to give you a working definition, an educational service agency is a regional public educational agency that is authorized by state statute to provide a range of services to its local members. And there are multiple names or structures, and we'll talk about that next as well, but BOCES, or Board of Cooperative Educational Services, is the structure that was adopted by the Vermont legislature. And I want to underscore the last sentence of this definition, which is the primary role of an educational service agency is to its constituent districts and schools, not the regulation. So this is a supportive structure. It is a supplemental structure. It does not supplant a SU or an SD. So Educational service agencies exist across the nation. They've been in existence from around the mid-1950s, really starting within the Midwest region. And you can see here that most of the nation has an educational service agency statute, with the exception of those states that are in gray. This map is a few years old. It's from 2021, so you'll see that Vermont is not yet represented. But the colors on this map represent the different regions for educational service agencies across the country. The umbrella organization for educational service agencies is called ASA, or the Association of Educational Service Agencies. And this group has really been instrumental in helping our agency provide some education to state-level stakeholders around how educational service agencies can assist within providing supports and services, not only to its constituent members, but also as a state educational authority. And they've been really helpful as well as providing national perspectives on governance models, as well as language for our articles of agreement. So to give you an example of an educational service agency in action, this is the Collaborative for Regional Educational Services and Training that is located in Andover, Massachusetts. And Massachusetts calls their educational service agencies collaboratives. They were established in around the mid-1970s in the state with a real focus on special education services at that time. To launch, the agency rented classroom spaces in their member school districts. And in 2013, at that time when I joined this agency, there was a census of about 100 students. Annual referrals for the programs were less than 50 at that time. Within a few years, the agency's census doubled, and we leased our first building and were able to differentiate our programs from pre-K to 8 and then high school level in two separate buildings. In 2020, the agency was able to actually purchase a building, bring all 6 programs together under one roof, and serve students pre-K all the way through age 22. So this particular agency also has adult programming as part of their services through a contract with the Department of Developmental Services. They offer transportation services specifically for special education to their members and non-members. They provide district-based contracts for those highly specialized services that are very, very difficult to find, like teachers of the visually impaired or certified orientation and mobility specialists. They offer grant administration for their members, as well as fiscal agent services, cooperative purchasing, and professional development.
So I wanted to speak to why I'm so committed to this work. When I first arrived in Vermont more than 30 years ago as a special educator, I knew our public school was really lacking in providing programming for intensive needs students, especially those of the low incidence disabilities. And so at that point in time, I turned to the Hartford Collaborative. And so in 2000, Act 117 was the legislation that began collaborative education in the state of Vermont. And so as Woodstock Union High School, where I was a teacher, Hartford Collaborative was my focus area. This was built primarily to address programs for specialized programming for low incidence disabilities. It modeled that community-based intensive programming that allowed students to remain in their home communities. It trained and supported standing communities and how to establish their own programs. And it provided program development and implementation. What I can say for us, it was allowed us to develop 3 intensive programs within our district, at the elementary, secondary, and in terms of students with specific emotional disabilities. At this period of time, because we built very successful programs with the support of Hartford Collaborative and the professional development, in a district of 1,000 students, we have 1 student in a day placement. That's profound. We were able to move from 17 to 20% special education to 12%, even post-COVID. We have been recognized as one in the bottom 5% in terms of special ed costs for the state of Vermont, as the same time for identification of special ed students who were then moved off IEPs. So I strongly believe in collaborative education to bring the level of expertise into the region that allows individual districts or SUs to develop this highly successful programming that meets student outcomes. Students are able to stay in my district. They are not traveling. We're not paying for transportation. They ride our buses to our schools if they can. And then they're able to move from those programs to less restrictive environments. So I can speak to the success of Act 117 in my region and how that has really informed our programming and changed how students receive specialized services within my district.
So one of the committee's questions was, what problems does a BOCES help supervisory unions and districts address? As an educational partner, we really should be the first call when one of our members has a need. Over the last year, some of the problems that we have helped our members address has been building educator capacity through high quality professional development, utilizing internationally known experts as well as regional legal expertise, which has really helped build capacity and realize cost savings by maximizing professional development dollars through a shared experience. By being a responsive partner, we can be that second or third pair of objective eyes for our members in regards to programmatic equity. Over the last year, this has included providing a quality review of existing programs within our member districts and helping to rebuild existing programs as well to strengthen them so that students may keep and may stay within their own districts. I think it's important to just say our solutions can really be unlimited based upon what the needs of our member districts are. We've been able to provide cost-effective professional development, evaluations, staffing support, as well as specialized programming. And next, we'll talk about a few case studies as well.
Well, I just want to jump on. Jill's my 911, and I'll give you a really specific example. As educators started the school year, we have full-time public pre-K in our district. We had a number of young students, 3-year-olds, come in that were not toilet trained. My principals are calling me, we need help. We don't know how we're going to meet this immediate need safely and supportively. Jill made a call. We had professional development lined up in a day. That would not happen any other way. So I was able to call my special ed director. Jill knew the resources. Jill knew the protocols. We had PD in place. We didn't have to wait. Our students didn't have to wait. Our parents didn't have to wait. And so we were providing immediate response to a need that really was prohibitive for students to participate. I know this is baseline level, but that's the kind of work that we deal with as superintendents.
So this first case study is around professional development, and on the left side of the screen, it assumes a conference that a staff member attends, perhaps in Burlington or perhaps the Boston area. So you can see your conference fees, the mileage that you're paying that staff. If the conference is that far away, they most likely need a hotel on either side, and then you're paying for a substitute for either 1 or 2 days. Our professional development is discounted for our members. It is locally offered, so there is little to no mileage. You may still need a substitute, but we have offered both virtual as well as on-site opportunities for staff, and so you can see there's a significant cost savings between the two.
Not to mention the consistency.
Correct. Same message that's being sent to the region. This is evaluation services, which we have been providing for the area. So you can see on the left-hand side, these are actual rates through the cost analysis that we conducted this past spring for a private clinic or clinics that are within the region that are often used by our members. So across each area that we are able to provide those services, there are significant savings. In academic evaluation, the savings is around 46%. For those autism evaluations, the saving ranges between 39 to 55%. Psychoeducational evaluations, the savings is around 30%. SLP evaluations are around 24%. But the average savings across that is around the 42% average. But I think what's important to add here is the responsiveness again. There isn't a waiting list. When a district reaches out, we gather our information and then we deploy staff to be able to get that evaluation done to meet their special education timelines for their compliance needs. We also are not charging for hourly rates for mileage or hourly rates for travel. We're charging for mileage only, and that's a significant savings as well.
And once again, the continuity, that an evaluation that happened in one district would result in the same outcome as an evaluation in another district. So that consistency across our region is really critical. Students move communities, families talk, why was my child found eligible, yours wasn't, what's the level of service, how does that look? And so again, consistency, because otherwise districts are tending to use one evaluations resource outside of their own. And so again, we're providing equity at a much more affordable cost in terms of the special ed determination. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious how, and if you're going to get to it, we'll just wait. How are you resourcing the BOCES to be able to do this in the constrained sort of professional environment that we're in with special educators or otherwise? How are you able to do it?
We've been able to find, and I like to use this term, some unicorns within the region who have really wonderful capacity and who are really interested and believe in this work and in this model. So currently we have a small cadre of per diem providers who provide these evaluation services because we're very small right now. We are in our fledgling state, as I say, and so these folks are providing services for us per diem, but they are willing to support any of our members, and if we have someone outside of that membership who reaches out with a request, we do the best that we can to help support them as well.
And again, as a BOCES, there's more hiring power.
Yeah.
What I can purchase, this is a very small select type of evaluation. We do have a full-time school psychologist, 3-year evals, those pieces, but when we're looking at an autism evaluation, speech language, again, speech language, speaking of unicorns, speech language pathologists. So this is a higher level of evaluation, and now Jill is able to recruit and hire and offer a larger position than I could, than a hit or miss 1 or 2 evaluations a year. It's like buying capacity.
And I think as to add to your point, a great example of that is the position that we hired this year. So we were able to hire a really high-level board-certified behavior analyst. I have that person now providing support within 2 supervisory unions. Neither supervisory union had to bear the brunt of a full-time staff and the benefits and what have you. So this is a person who has really wonderful experience, is working across those 2 SUs, helping to build capacity. And I'm so excited because it's really meeting the goals for both, but for one of them, they're able to remove themselves from a contract that was very, very expensive because we're now providing a level of education to build registered behavior technicians within that district, so they no longer have that reliance on that particular agency.
Thinking, would that be similar for sourcing your PD and how you're finding the quality and delivery that you're looking for?
Yes. So using a lot of context from previous experience, also listening to the members. That's part of what we have to do. We do regular needs assessments. What is it you need? What's the topic you're looking for? And then going to source who are those experts. And the last case study I'd like to share with you is around specialized programming, which was one of the areas identified within the needs assessment that our region did, which resulted in this agency coming back to life. So on the left-hand side is the comparison of a local independent therapeutic school within the Southeast region that's very highly regarded. They did have a recent significant increase in their costs for programming for the FY26 school year. And so you can see this is their day rate, and then depending upon where you are in relationship to this particular school, that's your transportation cost per day. So after a 180-day school year, those are the costs that you could be accruing. So this year, we have been able to partner with one of our supervisory unions to help them create and open a program that is open to our regional members. And so the SU had several students that were able to be part of this partner program. We are helping to support by providing BCBA as well as clinical services and helping to support their hiring processes as well as their professional development. The program is located within a public school environment, so we have that opportunity to provide a continuum of least restrictive opportunities for students. That's really responsive to their needs. If you're successful at recess and lunch, that's great. That's where we're going to start. If you have really great math skills, then let's support you in being able to integrate into a math class, with support from staff. With the hope that we do our jobs well enough, the reward is that that student then is able to go back to their home district.
And I think it's important to note that other regional placement, depending upon the availability. Quite often, it's 6 to 12-month waiting lists in order to access that program. And so by building capacity within, that's what's happened for us, building capacity earlier, we can interrupt the behavior sooner because we have availability right on our campus. We see the signs of concerns, we can begin to access that, and we can bring students back faster. So the return on the investment in terms of availability to students, ensuring that resources and problems are addressed sooner, then we can make sure that we have a greater continuum of services faster. We're able to intervene at a much sooner rate than we are if we're waitlisted for 6 months or a year.
So one of the questions was, what are the goals of the BOCES? So what is our North Star? These goals are part of our foundational organizational document, which is our Articles of Agreement. And those Articles of Agreement are actually currently being ratified by our regional supervisory unions and districts as they determine their membership moving forward into the BOCES. Our goals were identified several years ago by an initial needs assessment that was conducted within the region by the Superintendent's Board. And these areas were defined as improving educational access and outcomes of students, specifically those with disabilities in least restrictive environments, through high quality and cost-effective regional therapeutic services and programs. Building educator capacity through professional development, in order to provide that regional level expertise and to raise the bar for our students. Being able to support staffing needs, so using us as a hiring entity, and that can look a variety of different ways, but I gave you the example of a board certified behavior analyst. We also have a clinician who's being shared between 2 supervisory unions. So it's another cost savings methodology that can be used from a staffing perspective. And really, the last bullet is sort of the other duties as assigned, right? So offering responsive programs that are in the needs of our members. So if the whole board came to me tomorrow and said, Jill, we need to start a transportation company, then that would be something that we would look into and to see what that would look like for the region. And as I said, we are and should be our first members call for triage, the first responder for our districts, for their needs. That's what makes an agency strong. This question was asked, why BOCES versus a mega district model? And it isn't one versus the other. District and supervisory unions can benefit, no matter the size, from the coordination of a BOCES to share goods and services, personnel, programming, professional development. An educational service agency really helps to break down those silos for school districts and supervisory unions and allows us to be a third party to really reduce that overall load for our members by providing that variety of services that really help to increase their own capacity. Our goal is to take something off their plate. It's an agency that coordinates and provides regional services and solutions, but it supplements, and I just want to underscore that in bold, that a BOCES supplements the services that are provided in school districts and supervisory unions by being responsive and offering those specialized services that are determined by the members' needs that they're not able to do. If you think about Swiss cheese, right? What are the holes within that system? And that's how BOCES can be supportive.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay. And as our final slide, I thought this was really important. It's one of the pieces of the puzzle to address equity and efficiencies in Vermont public education. Listening very closely to your conversation earlier, absolutely a vision. As a entering superintendent in COVID, that's when I started. If I didn't have a strategic plan, if I didn't have a portrait of a graduate, our district would not be as successful as it is now. We have a very clear vision that is articulated by board. My board chair is here, that I'm able to operate within. So that I have to underscore is so critical as a now veteran superintendent and as a starting superintendent. I see BOCES as absolutely a part of the puzzle. There are other parts that need to be worked on. So I just thought that, I know that I wanted to offer that this is one example. I feel really excited. And to know this is 5 years of work. This was not begun by me. A previous superintendent from Springfield, Zach McLaughlin, and a special ed director really pushed this work forward. I knew of its success based on my work with a collaborative and why I was so excited to bring it to the rest of this region. So it's part of the puzzle, it's not the whole answer. Any questions? Jay?
I have less a question than just an endorsement. Having come here from Pennsylvania where we had the same thing as BOCES, it's called the intermediate unit system. The intermediate unit system was a force multiplier for the Department of Ed in Pennsylvania. It allowed them to focus on implementing policy that was handed to them, and then it gave a way to actually implement that policy. And the additional services that you mentioned, the other duties as required, the intermediate system had an amazing service they provided for all the districts in IT. And I know New York's BOCES does the same thing. So student information management systems, that sort of thing, they managed all that. They negotiated the contracts at much better rates than we could get individually. And I interacted with the BOCES model as superintendent of the large urban district and a small rural district as well. And the services that we chose from a la carte were different from both districts. But I don't know really what we would have done without them, and some of my peers in the smaller districts couldn't afford to have an FTE to do Medicaid billing. But the IU offered that service, and they were able to access it through that, and I just think it would be something that would really serve Vermont well as well.
Jill, so it's a private company, is that right?
So currently, we are a private nonprofit.
Okay.
Currently.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question and a comment, or a comment then a question. The comment being that I have no experience with BOCES whatsoever, but I have heard that it's a structure that allows superintendents to focus on instruction. They're not busy doing all of the administrative work and so on and so forth, and they can really focus on educating kids and, instruction. So that warms my heart. I like to hear that. My question is, many of us are suffering from transportation woes in a big way, and I'm wondering if you could speak to, have you had any success with transportation through your BOCES?
So not as of yet.
Okay.
Again, we just finished year 2 as a relaunched agency. And I will say that the transition to BOCES is a unfunded opportunity. So there is a small startup grant once our articles of agreement are approved, but our agency would not exist today if it was not from the support of the area superintendents and the SUs and the SDs who have really believed in this work to help us be able to continue.
Okay, thank you.
And I know we're running over, we just are. But you mentioned earlier 1,000 students is the number of students that you have, and I know that
in my district.
In your district. So how many are in the BOCES right now?
Our region serves just under 10,000.
10,000 students.
Yeah.
Okay, and special education and training is the focus right now. So it's 2 areas of focus that you're providing services for.
Special education services, professional development, and staffing support.
And then professional development goes beyond special ed.
Absolutely.
We're looking at 504 lots, updating other executive functioning. So really a broad
HHB training.
Okay, great. So that's.
Can I share a story too?
Yeah.
So I know we're running over time, but I'm a huge BOCES fan. And a little history. My partner Marty Spalding and I, who Martine knows, formed the FMDA back in 2010. Fast forward to 2025, I still, because I do it by myself now, I purchase, I coordinate all the purchases of all operational custodial supplies for 162 schools, 2 colleges, and I save upwards of 20% to 40%, what the slide showed, and we purchase upwards of about $8 million worth of products. So I'm a huge fan. I copied the BOCES model. I didn't know what it was called at the time, but I can't support it enough, and yeah, just wanted to share my story. So I'm all about it. So yes, I think the potential is incredible. So
Chris, that is amazing. I didn't know that you had that background. We might be tapping into this later on.
I could talk about this all the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I could talk about this all day. It just has been incredibly successful, and I'll even add that when Marty and I were working together, we did a little we started dipping our toes in the transportation, and there was various other things that it was just the 2 of us, and we did it volunteer. So anyway, happy to talk about it whenever. I could do this all afternoon. So,
thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
There were, I know, some other additional questions from the committee. I'm happy to try to touch on them, but I wanted to be respectful of time as well.
These very kind gentlemen have already agreed to be pretty flexible today, so
flexible, but not pretty. Yeah. Right. That is true.
So gain time on engagement as well. I don't think we need 45 minutes on the engagement.
Okay. So would you mind if we did another 10 minutes?
Whatever, we could do it after lunch, whatever you want to do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Wendy?
Just a couple of questions about your structure, because I guess I had just assumed that it would be a governmental type structure, because I can't imagine duplication of BOCES, in the same areas. It seems like it would make sense to have just one in one area.
Correct.
And then are the articles of agreement, are the folks who are part of the BOCES, will they guarantee to be part of it for a certain amount of time so that you have some stability? Because there are some staff that you need to have to just function. So how do you get your basic operating costs made?
Great questions. So as far as regionalization, and I think that actually gets to one of the questions from the committee, is you do need to think about geographical considerations. So if I had hoped to have the capacity to quickly show you a couple of different maps, but if you think about Massachusetts, and you think about the eastern side of Massachusetts, there are several educational service agencies that are sort of clustered to the eastern side of Massachusetts, but they each have their own region. If you look at western Massachusetts, you will see less. If you look at New York, you will see 37 different BOCES, and their geographical areas vary depending upon the census of the population that they have within that region. There's areas of Nebraska, for example, that serve up to 90,000 students. It really just depends, but the BOCES can support any structure. As far as how are we financially stabilizing, the board did vote and approve a membership fee structure. And right now that is what's covering our administrative costs until we are an agency that is able to stabilize and have steady revenue. Educational service agencies are usually fee-for-service if you look at the models around the country. There are some that are funded through their state agency, and there are others that actually receive a small property tax, like a 1 cent. That helps to fund them, and then in return they have some large contracts for providing very specific services to their members.
And in our articles of agreement that we, as the superintendents and special ed directors on the board, we're very involved. It's articulated how long we're involved, how do we lead.
Yes,
I mean, it's really refined and detailed. Much of that Jill brought from Massachusetts in terms of the structure that was in place. And so we have all agreed to that. And as each of our school boards authorize our membership, are agreeing to those articles of agreement.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
I'd say in Pennsylvania, the funding system was very similar to how our CTEs are funded. There was a state component and there was a fee, a membership fee that we paid, and you paid a la carte for different services. And you had the ability, if you had capacity, you could host a room for supporting students with autism, for example. And there were a lot of different ways to do that. But it was definitely, the state was heavily involved. It was a state agency, essentially.
And as we become approved, we will be an educational entity within the state. And there was a question, if I may, around oversight. And so within our Articles of Agreement, we have budget transparency that's very clearly outlined, annual audits that will be required as a BOCES, and then an annual report. And that annual report will directly address our progress of the agency towards our stated goals, and provide documentation about how we continue to be cost effective for our members. It's also the responsibility of our board. They provide a layer of oversight to approving our goals and approving our budget annually. But I do want to mention in other states, and I appreciate you mentioning it, Jay, that there's a really strong relationship between the Educational Service Agency and the State Educational Authority. So the SEA also provides that layer of oversight through cyclical monitoring that happens for the Educational Service Agency and is tailored specifically to them versus a public school cyclical monitoring pattern. And really consideration should be given that someone from the agency is attending at least one board meeting for the BOCES a year.
So a couple of years ago, last year, we approved, right? We now have in law that BOCES are legal entities in Vermont, but you're not you're not under Title 16 in Vermont yet. Is that accurate?
Not yet.
And what are the barriers for that?
So we were able to draft articles of agreement, and that was a significant process because there were lots of holes that needed to be filled. So language was taken from other states, and that's where we use the Association for Educational Service Agencies as well to help with drafting some of that language. And then we went through an approval process. We actually worked very closely with AOE starting about in November. The articles of agreements were sent to them. They were looked over by a multidisciplinary team. Feedback was given to us. We executed that feedback and then finalized those articles in June. So they went out to our member districts who had the summer to do a first read, and then they have been voting to determine ratification over the last couple of months. So we have 5 determined SUs and SDs who have joined us, and we are waiting on 3 others as well. There's also been some external expression of interest, which certainly even once we are approved as a BOCES, if there was another SU or SD who wanted to join us, there's a process outlined in the articles for them to be able to do that, just as there is a process also if somebody wanted to leave. That's also articulated.
And we're hoping now that we've gone through this process and Jill did yeoman's work, this can be picked up, our articles of agreement can be picked up and used in other regions. Because again, we had 5 years to do this work and we had been in this process. For someone, and I've spoken with other superintendents, understanding the work, how much it takes, what needs to happen. We're really hoping we can be a resource for other regions in Vermont now that we've been through it. We were able to use ESSER money again to begin the process. So we're ahead of it and hope that we can be used as a model in other regions for other needs. Now that we're almost there in terms of our articles of agreement.
Yeah. So just to highlight, you as a superintendent had to go outside of Vermont to get the services that you needed to keep your district whole and working well. And we're trying to take that knowledge and best practice and use it for more districts across the state, which is why I'm asking, are there barriers and we can talk about this offline, are there barriers in Title 16 that we need to modify to make it easier going forward? So we can talk about that later. But we're going to keep doing the work of the task force, and we're going to keep this learning moving forward in every way we possibly can.
I'm grateful that you've worked in other states as well, and so have the others, but there are other services and there are other challenges we face. I mean, in some parts of the state, there's only one bus company. In some parts, in the whole state, there's really only one food service company. I know some states do CTE through the BOCES because it's actually the way you guarantee coherence and consistency and a responsive system. Are there other services that you've seen BOCES or ESAs provide that you think should be on our radar?
So there can be central office services, there can be human resource services, there can be financial services. We talked a little bit about technology. I don't want to limit the scope because really, if you can imagine it, then it can be built. But those are some of the other resources that potentially could be useful because you think about some of our smaller entities. You may not need a full-time human resources person. That could be easily shared, and then you're building consistency within a region as well.
Great. Any other questions? Any other final thoughts or comments about your successes or what you've learned or anything like that?
It's a really exciting opportunity for Vermont. I really do feel that the structure offers a really wonderful opportunity to support students as well as supervisory units and school districts, bringing economies of scale and efficiency.
And again, I think about Act 73, the equity and addressing costs. And I really think in many ways the BOCES has done that and served us well.
Great. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your
being
time
here.
today and the generosity of time.
I was going to suggest, and you can agree or disagree, but maybe we break for lunch now, come back in half an hour and start the CTE map presentation. Does that make sense for folks?
So it is here. Lunch
It's here.
So 30 minutes, so that means at 25 after.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. And I would like to welcome our guests, but also our support people, our support staff. They've been so helpful. We thank them for everything, the time and effort that they're putting into this. We have, well, here, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and what you're going to be doing today with us.
I'm going to go first.
Oh, Dave's going to go.
Scott's going to wrap up. Okay. And you can introduce, John's going to go first, and then Torrin, just a quick intro. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what we had in mind. So we've been immersed in this career and technical education. For people who are listening, when we say CTE, it means career and technical education. We've been immersed in this for a few weeks, and I want to start by thanking my colleague, Senator Scott, and our friends, John Adams from Digital Services, Torrin Ballard, Ruth Durkee, and Marcus Denise from the Agency of Education. I believe they are tuning in, but they are not here in person. But they are the experts. Scott and I are not. What we're going to discuss this morning has been posted on the website as of Friday. We're going to take everyone through it now. We decided to utilize the existing CTE districts just as a starting point, combining 17 into 14 for discussions, not by county, and then apply the Act 73 charge to us regarding district enrollment size. You'll see that we've included a lot of information regarding these districts, including not only enrollment, but population, Vermont population, school enrollment, topography, drive time to school, including comparisons to the school board districts and the superintendent districts, which are not the same. That's very Vermont. And then a number of other maps you'll see shortly. So we were assigned this task by the task force, but we're not here necessarily advocating for the task. It's too early for that. We're merely providing information that we're asked to offer for your consideration. One thing to keep in mind, I think people around the table know this, but CTEs have their own regional advisory boards by and large, their own budgets, their own transportation systems for the most part, ancillary services, factors that in some ways, but not all, mirror school districts. And it's interesting that they're schools of choice, meaning students with the help of their parents choose these schools because they want to be there. Those schools are the right match for them, and their parents are involved in that. They choose the programs based upon interest and availability. Sometimes there are waiting lists, and the money follows the student in this case. And my experience with CTEs 30 years ago and then 5 years ago at the beginning of COVID when I went back for 1 year in Rutland is that CTEs have very few discipline problems, which is pretty interesting because the students want to be there, parents want them to be there, and that's an interesting part of it. So with that, it's interesting for us to kind of witness the success and growth of CTEs over time. So we're going to show you these maps, followed by our first attempt at applying the template. Torrin's going to lead us through that. Scott's going to sum up. We'll be open for questions or comments. I don't know how much time we have, Martine, but we will ask you to hold your questions and comments till the end unless you have clarifying questions about what's on the screen or what any of us have said. Likely we will continue this discussion at our next meeting, October 10th, if we need to. And after this meeting at 3:30, we're going to meet with our group again to kind of respond to any questions or comments that you have today while it's fresh in our minds for those of us who might forget. So we're going to stay here later this afternoon to do that and plan for the next meeting. So with that, we'll move to John Adams.
Can I just say one thing? First of all, thank you for that stellar introduction. Secondly, we don't have anything on the agenda till 1:45, so we could technically, which is mapping next steps, so we could go to 1:45.
Beautiful.
And one other clarifying question, when you say your group, you're talking about Scott and you and Torrin and Dave?
And Marcus Denise and Ruth Durkee from the agency where Ruth runs CTE for the state. I don't know if run is the right word, but she's at a professional development conference today that she's either running or teaching at, but I think she's tuning in now.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure. Torrin.
Hey, everybody. My name is Torrin Ballard. I'm the Communications and Policy Director at the Agency of Education. Happy to be here today and to answer any questions and to move this conversation along.
Great. Dave, you want to introduce yourself too?
I'm John Adams, Director of the Center for Geographic Information. Thank you for having me. Should I jump into these slides here that we've prepared? So on the map now, on the screen now, you have the 14 regions that are being presented around the concept of CTEs as potential school districts. I will point out, so there are 17 centers and then the Canaan. There are actually 15 districts, but this is showing 2 of them consolidated together, that being Cold Hollow and Northwest Careers and Technical Center on the upper left or the northwest part of the map. There may be a few slides in here where you see them, they're aligned or them shown separately, and that's halfway through creating some of these maps, the decision was made that they should be presented together for various reasons, but I'm pointing that out. If you notice that, that is why. So here is how those districts would line up in terms of where the average daily membership, so the enrollment in terms of that 4,000 and 8,000. So this is pre-ADM, pre-K through 12. This is also the ADM without any weights applied. I know there was some discussion or questions before around, what how do we know these, what does this represent in terms of actual human beings? So this is ADM before weights are applied.
ADM implies weights.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't?
You're thinking of long-term weighted ADM.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's kind of, yeah. The label can be confusing.
Yeah. Great.
So John, of the 17, about half of them are within that. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's a little hard to see on this map, and I can't zoom in because it's a PowerPoint slide here, but I'll just describe it. That one at the bottom is actually Cold Hollow, and you'll see a little arrow pointing it up to northwest, and that's maybe the biggest outlier there with around 1,500. And then you do have River Bend Career and Technical Center at around 2,000. The others are all above 3,700, with a large group sort of between 37 and 4,700, or just below 5,000. And then you do have the one larger outlier at the very top, the Burlington Technical Center and Center for Technology in Essex, with an ADM of over 22,000. So these are some of the district considerations, or the 13 that are in statute that I tried to organize some of these slides around, and group them into these three, loosely group them into these three categories to look at together, that being geography and logistics, community connections, and then capacity and financials. I think the bulk of the slides are really around that first grouping, along with some analysis there, with a little bit of analysis done in community connections, and there are some slides related to capacity and financials, but really no analysis done in those categories as to how this presentation, how this proposal would relate to those. In terms of geography and logistics, here are visualizing sort of mountains and topographic constraints. The map on the left, those areas in white are showing areas above 2,000 feet. We also thought it might be helpful to show areas with any kind of conservation easement on the right. I will take the opportunity to point out that after getting some feedback around, how it's a little challenging to visualize some mountains, on the School Explorer map now I have added, if you select the elevation and terrain, you do have a number of options there that will help you visualize those areas at high altitude. There are also some contour lines that have been added to the map that you can visualize down to 1 foot contours. So for anyone also following along, if you do click that link to the map.vermont.gov/education, you'll see a number of 3 different applications there. If you select School Explorer, a lot of what is being shown in these maps are available on the interactive map viewer. And these are all different layers that you can toggle on and off.
John, one quick thing. When I thought we had less time, I said just ask clarifying questions now. But if there's a question that's important that you see from the map, you don't understand it, if you want to ask about it, please feel free to do so, because we've got more time than we thought.
I guess this map looks an awful lot like the map that I have on my committee wall that we drew around current borders of tech centers today. So did you think about where they have capacity, where there are excessive wait lists, how to redraw the maps so that more kids have access to programming?
We did not, but we can.
No, I mean, this is the first pass, so yes, right, yeah.
Okay.
But if that's a request, we'll do that.
But I think that's vital, because right now we have this is something that I've been thinking about for years. And so we have a number of tech centers with significant wait lists, which means that the students in those catchment areas don't have access. We have others that have excess capacity, and which means those students have access, right? But there should be a way to balance it throughout the state to ensure that everyone has equal access. And so I just want to make sure that are the lines the way they are today, the way they should be to ensure access, or are there other things that we need to be looking at, right? And so that's really the depth that we need to go into if we're going to present a map based on, because I can't overstate how important integrated CTE is to our educational system in Vermont, and to ensure that we have the workforce and the educational opportunities and all of the things that will make us show up the way we have, we have historically shown up, right, for our students that we don't have today. So I need us to be thinking about all of those opportunities as we're looking at this. Rebecca.
Can I just ask a clarifying, really easy?
That's fine.
That dot on Canaan, are you treating Canaan as a comprehensive high school? Is that what that orange dot is on the top right corner?
It is Canaan, yeah. Canaan.
So is that, I assume that building is representing what you think is a CTE capability for Canaan? Is that why there's a dot on Canaan?
Yeah, I mean, they offer CTE there. I mean, it's not a full-blown center, but they have some stuff there.
But then my question is, if Canaan is being represented as a comprehensive high school, why is Missisquoi not?
That was on my list too.
Good question.
Yeah, so Missisquoi is not listed there. That's the question.
And it is not. I did hear from the superintendent on that, and they are not a comprehensive.
But they have.
They do offer.
But they offer
programs that are.
Which is what Canaan does. I'm just wondering why we're treating Canaan and Missisquoi differently.
Yeah, I don't know, that's something we could dig into and find out what the difference is.
Yeah, and I think in some discussions with Ruth, it was suggested that this be the way it was presented with the CTEs plus Canaan, which is a bit of an outlier in terms of its distance in isolation compared to all the other.
But it's less about the distance and isolation than it is about the programs offered, and we have two locations, Canaan and Missisquoi, that have some CTE but not consistent CTE, right? Like limited programming, and one is listed and the other isn't. So we need to treat them both the same way, and we need to understand why we're treating them both that way.
Or if we're not treating them, it would be helpful to understand why the administration is recommending that we not include Missisquoi.
Probably a question for Ruth. Probably. Yeah.
And on that vein, if they're deciding Missisquoi doesn't need to be representative, because for me, it's not the mountains, it's the drive time, and it's also where students currently go. Wouldn't Manchester be identified as a place that has inequitable lack of access to CTE? And then how come that wasn't addressed in the plan?
You're going to see it.
Looks like 30 more slides to go.
So I think that's a good segue to this population distribution map here. Those dark lines, or the lines you see on the map, those are the CTE regions. And you can see a lot of the CTEs are located in our population centers. That area, the highest population maybe would be furthest from any of the CTEs, definitely being Manchester, and you'll see that maybe more pronounced when you look at the drive times. This is showing jobs and commuter flows as from the census, location, employment, household dynamic statistics from 2022. I think we see a similar takeaway in terms of where our CTEs are located in proximity to some of our population centers.
So to understand this pattern, did you also look at origin destination across the border? Because many of the Upper Valley is more oriented towards New Hampshire than it is Vermont. The density of jobs is on the other side of the river, for example. Did you look at that and how that plays into capacity as well?
Yeah, so this is origin and destination. The lines are just obviously cut off at the border.
But the density, those light blue reflect people who are driving to Lebanon, New Hampshire.
Right. Like if we had extended that map, you would see a bright spot there of people going back and forth.
Can I just add to that? So in the southeast area, you see the north-south, and we have a fair amount of our tuitioned kids that go to public schools. They're going to a CTE, Turner's Falls. So I just think that could be of interest.
Same on the other side, Pioneer.
Yeah.
Ruth, are you on the line here, or if not, she's teaching? She's not. This conference she was at, she wanted me to say, was organized last June, so she had to be there.
No problem, yeah.
So this is showing on the left, you've got our average annual daily traffic shown on highways here, as well as those areas above 2,500 feet and the CTE regions. And then on the right, you have 40-minute drives from all the various CTEs. Also of note, in the drive time application, there's now a third tab. There was a request to be able to compare different drive times from schools. So now you can toggle on different schools and compare drive times from different schools. So that's what this is showing here. And you could see there that area between the orange and green on the bottom left-hand side at the southwestern part of the state is where that Manchester area is. In terms of towns where the average drive time to the closest CTE is over 45 minutes, those are the ones lit up here, and they're symbolized in terms of the number of students as well. So that shade from that beige to blue is just communicating the relative number of students there.
So again, I can't help but notice that it looks like someone took a bite out of the state from the Burton. And there are a lot of kids who go to Granville, and Granville offers CTE programming through the BOCES in New York. Do these data account for that as well?
This is just the Vermont CTEs, drive time from Vermont CTEs. Okay. And this isn't accounting for any region. This is just from those CTEs, how far, which towns are 45 minutes from a Vermont CTE. If you were to do redraw the districts based purely on distance or drive time to a Vermont CTE, that is what the map would look like. And on the right, here it is compared to the current regions. To the left, the map as drawn by drive time. And I tried to symbolize or show what is the extent. So let's say, I'm going to use the term suboptimal drive time, or on the right, if you are in a region where you are not assigned to the closest Vermont CTE, then you'll see that a little yellow square around that, and then a triangle. The size of the triangle is showing the difference in drive time from the closest to the one within your regions. So this is highlighting possible issues or some suboptimal configuration based purely on drive time of the existing CTE boundaries.
So just to simplify, what this is saying is where you're currently assigned to a CTE region might not be the closest CTE to you today.
Yes, that's a much clearer way of saying
thank you.
And then the size is showing you maybe how
many people are impacted.
Not how many
today.
people, just the time.
How much time?
How much further do you have to drive?
And the distance is based on time driven,
right?
Not miles.
Thank you.
And I should clarify, it's average time driven. right? So it might be different for different parts of the people in the municipality. This took imagine everyone drove to the CTE in your town. This is the average time of everyone in that town.
Go ahead, Kim.
And just looking up in my corner of the world, where that swept in, the triangle was really just on Isle Mont, because that's part of the school district that includes North Hero, Grand Isle. It swept that in, or it swept in North Hero to go to the other CTE? Up in the left corner in the islands. I'm just trying to distinguish. It looks like not all of the islands got swept in, but was it because they're part of a same unified school district that the only place I see the triangle is Isle Mont, the little tiny one?
Yeah, I think it's Isle Mont and
North Hero?
North Hero. And it's possible that South Hero is closer to
Yeah, South Hero,
Essex.
Grand Isle, closer to Essex, but that
Yeah.
splits in SD, just for acknowledging. Okay.
So then moving to community connections, this is just showing a few of those regions, and now I'll point out that the colored regions here those are the CTEs, and the lines on top of those on the left are representing counties, and on the right representing regional planning commissions. And there are just arrows here showing, those areas where we noticed that there were suboptimal drive times to those Vermont CTEs. We took a look at school districts and asked, which, if you were to use CTE boundaries, would it break up any existing school districts? And on the right, you have 3 highlighted. Those are 3 contiguous ones. There is one, I think, non-contiguous one, the Montpelier Roxbury School District, that would be broken by those. And then
which ones are those?
3. Which 3 are the school districts broken? I cannot.
Upper right is that's NEK choice.
Okay.
No, that one.
And I cannot look that up while I am presenting that.
It's okay.
Here you have the supervisory unions and supervisory districts on the left, and then on the right you have towns that are tuitioning or hybrid tuitioning. With this time the CTE regions are the lines you see, those lighter colored lines on the top.
Why is Norwich hybrid?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
It doesn't tuition at all.
Is it part of the interstate?
Yeah, but it's always Rivendell.
Yeah, the interstate school district.
Is it because it's part of 2 separate districts? But it's still operating at the grade level, so it's not tuition. I'm just curious what your definition of hybrid is.
Yeah, there's part of my school district that's listed as tuitioning that isn't. So
The tuition data on the website, by the way, is incorrect too. I can send the corrections to you.
We're happy to take a look at that.
I thought that hybrid means they tuition some grades and not others. That was
yes,
not
but
your
the
grade.
data, it's showing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, at least that's what it's supposed to be.
Yes.
We can agree on that.
Yeah, I think we might have to make sure that there's correct data.
Absolutely.
So can you go back one slide? I actually have a couple questions, if I may. So this is current hybrid and tuitioning, right? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you guys contemplate how it's going to work with these new districts? Is that part of, no? Okay.
Not yet.
No, we haven't.
Figured that out.
Well, what do you do with dissimilar current districts that are dissimilar that would fall within one of these CTE districts? No, that's not something we've tried to force a solution yet.
Another question I have, and I think it's for you too, as opposed to these guys, although you're welcome to chime in, but one of the barriers to access has been, having the tuition that you have to pay, right, outside of your district to a CTE potentially. What happens now when all those CTE services are going to be paid for by the district? I would imagine enrollment's going to skyrocket. Are you guys envisioning those CTEs getting bigger or expanding, or I'm just wondering?
Well, I mean, if you make it easier to access, then hopefully you will have an expansion. I think that would be felt differently throughout the state. If you're in an area of the state right now where there are a number of pre-K through 12 districts that don't have a CTE, and maybe that access is restricted, those areas you might see an increase in CTE students. In areas of the state where there is high school choice, you probably wouldn't see any extra demand because those kids already can go wherever they want to go anyway. So, yeah.
And kind of related to that is that we were told that in some CTE districts, there are schools that discourage the kids from going to the CTE because the money comes out of their budget and follows the child,
That's
which
what
is
I'm saying.
a problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So that needs to be addressed
Right.
here too. It's a
Right.
problem.
Yeah.
It's not fair to the kids.
Yeah.
Can we just as a practice, can we ask people to ground statements and not in feelings, but in data? Because the data actually says the small sending schools have a higher participation rate. If you look at the Act 173 APA report, I mean, I just think we need to be very careful here.
We were told by the person in charge of CTE that that's the case.
I'm sure, and Long Trail doesn't send any kids to CTE, but some of the regional public schools do. So I think there's something else. It's a complicated case, and so I think we should just be very data-based when we're
There were no
making
feelings on our part. We listened to the
lots of
experts in technical education.
Well,
No,
I'm wondering too.
It's an interesting, if I could just, and then I'll stop, but I think it's an interesting thing to contemplate as we look at this map, because it is interesting. It also becomes sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more kids going to CTE, the more kids will want to go to CTE, and its popularity expanding. So I'm just, my mind is on school construction right now, and I'm wondering what the implications will be for school construction, so. But I'll just leave it there.
But we've only, I'm actually so intrigued. I'm eager to hear what you're recommending in terms of governance, because if these are single districts, there is no CTE governance anymore. It's part of that district. So we might not even be doing CTE the way we are. And if we look at the highest participation, it's in the comprehensive high schools. They have the highest rates of participation. And the next is in the co-located schools. So we could even think about CTE as all high schools as comprehensive.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Kim, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to hold because,
Okay.
yeah, it's fine. Go.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
So here are the boundaries with School Board Association regions and Superintendent Association regions. Again, those lighter colored boundaries. On top are the CTE regions, and those orange dots are the CTEs. Apologies for making them different sizes on the different maps. I realize that looked confusing.
So just lots of opportunities to look at where our CTEs are today and all of the different boundaries that we have in the state today. You've just shown us all different kinds of maps to see it in different ways.
So the one on the left is the VSBA regions, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, and I think as task force members look at this, if there are others that we're missing or you think would be helpful, because we could create these types of maps for any proposals. So, or if they're not helpful, please do let us know, and we can add those and put in this School Explorer, which all of these are, so you can visualize currently.
Go ahead.
So, in thinking about CTE and the study that is or was supposed to have been coming, and I think maybe is still supposed to be coming, not just related to funding, I don't think.
We got one last year.
We've gotten 2 so
Yeah,
far.
it really, I'm not sure that it was terribly illuminating on problem solving, for instance. So I'm just thinking about the different structures of CTE, half day, full day, the programs that are serving each regions, and why those particular programs are in those regions, or why a student at St. Albans pursuing a full day program that is only offered at Essex would attend there. And so I think we've got problems to consider that are really related to CTE generally and may not be able to be solved by our maps. And so it would be really helpful to understand where that is. I know that report came and went without much consideration or discussion. I'm not sure that it had much in it that was helpful to move towards solving. But I will say where in 2 CTEs we're paying for 9 through 12 every student at the determined tuition rate at Linden and St. Johnsbury. That is not at all the version that's happening in other parts of the state, and so that would dramatically impact the available resources pre-K 8 in that particular region, and would really change how CTE would be delivered disparately between those 2 CTs and the rest of the state models. So I point those out as how do we get more information on what's going on with that.
That's a good point. I will commit, you can put me down for an action item, so I will commit to finding those CTE studies and making sure we all have access to those. That's a really good point.
I'm going to find it before we're out of this meeting.
All right, great. Go, Edie.
It's your committee.
Yes.
Which one?
You haven't had it.
Yeah.
Did we have the APA study who told us about it?
Both of them?
If you just,
Yes.
yeah, if you just Google it.
Okay. They're both of the, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the 2 APAs.
Thank you, Kim.
It's one in 22
Jen is.
and one in 24.
I thought she did.
Yeah, there's a hand
Jen
raised
has
as
her
well.
hand up, if we could hear from her. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. And there's a lot of different terms being thrown around. There is tech centers, tech programs, tech access. There's regions, there's technical regional centers, there's technical programs, and there's career centers. And so when you look at all these dots in these maps, I think that all needs to be clarified when you're talking about the tech that we deliver as a state. So if we work on this map and we get there and we're really going to dive into the technical aspect of education, there's a lot of different terms, and I think we are mixing and matching some of them that might not belong together. So I just want to throw that out there.
Thanks, Jen.
Speak. Nobody's saying no. So just to respond to John's comment about we can do this or you can provide this for any type of model that we want to do. I think that's terrific, and I think this is really helpful. It would be good, I hope you're planning on including some of the financial data at some point. That's really critical on the assets. Okay, good. Good. Well, I thought, oh, so it is, they're here already?
Yeah, there are some slides here.
Okay.
I might add the caveat, or I would say this doesn't go into much, there's no real analysis done, or I'm curious in terms of how to present this so that it's useful. You'll notice some of these maps. This, for example, here's a map with all the facility condition index schools with their FCIs colored. I'm not sure what this is, how this isn't necessarily actionable for this group at all, but we've included it here. And yeah, I think dialing in, or if the task force thinks that there is merit in a CTE-based proposal, I think these are areas where we can think about how to visualize them or analyze them in a way that would be meaningful.
Can I respond to that and just, so I think this is meaningful because it speaks to future financial commitments that someone's going to have to make. And then when I've been speaking with constituents, there's a lot of concern about mixing resources, mixing assets, and people are already starting to say, you know, folks who have more don't necessarily want to share, and that has become a conversation. So that's where the grand list values would be somewhat representative, but not necessarily, because some have amassed stash, or have resources that are already available. And I just, that's important to the residents, to the public.
And just a process observation, I wonder if we could do these as what ifs, because I mean, everything, I hear you, and if you haven't maintained your building, that's debt. If you did maintain the building, you don't have debt. So I work, because I'm hearing the same, and it's all funded out of the ed fund. I don't know. It's like I think we all need to take a deep breath, and not but the public, who's listening out there.
Yeah, I mean, and the other piece of that is that if you have, we were just talking about this the other day, if you've upgraded your facilities, you probably did so in an environment that was less expensive. So lower interest rate. Right, lower interest rate, materials were cheaper, it's tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an interesting argument, but it's not, I don't think it's as clear as people think it might be.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I don't think it's clear, and I think we're going to have to explain, or whoever needs to be very honest and show all of the parameters about what's happened in the past, what's going to happen in the future, and in the institutions committee, we're ready to talk about that.
Jay and then Kim.
I think interesting in the template, when we do the SWOT analysis, I think a lot of these questions that we're having about sort of the present day condition of CTEs are important, but I'm wondering, when we do our ultimate recommendations, aren't they going to be with sort of contingencies or hey, this might be a really great map, but only if we upgrade X facility or make more capacity at this one. And I noted in some of the comments in the report about areas that are underserved. I mean, maybe our ultimate recommendation is, we're going to do it by CTE, but we need to make another CTE in the middle of southern Vermont. So
it's a good point, Jay. Yes. There'll be a narrative that accompanies the map for sure. Yeah. And then Kim, did you want to add to that?
That was similar vein.
Yeah, I mean, and one other consideration is, and we can add this to our narrative, but it's hard to find CTE teachers because a lot of times you're competing with industry, and folks don't necessarily want to leave industry to come work in an education setting for a number of reasons, one being financial. But I think, because I keep thinking if we were ever to do this kind of a map, I just see CTE surging, and so I'm wondering, and this is a conversation that I can have with Secretary Saunders, or I can add it to my list of questions that I'm going to ask her, but how are we going to attract the personnel, and what's our endorsement and certification going to look like, and things like that. So yeah, thanks.
Well, I have a very similar question, and I wondered if you'd had a chance to look at outcomes and program offerings, because I know that in the CTE report there were pretty significantly variable graduate outcomes and also variation in the industry recognized credentials that were achieved by site. And I wondered if you had a chance to look at that, because I don't think all CTE is equal, and maybe there's some things we could learn from that as well.
So yes and no. Yes, you're right. And no, we didn't dig any deeper.
I think the other big finding that jumped out from that report to me was that there's no correlation apparently between funding and outcomes, which is worth just reflecting on.
And is that among the things, if I'm recalling, need to be considered by law with respect to, and studied with respect to the weights Am I remembering that correctly? It was high school weight and CT weight. Those were undetermined in the model that
Secondary and
was put
CT,
forth.
yeah.
Yeah. And so if that is to be studied, what is the process for preparing that? Or whatever that is beyond our scope, but what is going to go on with that?
Good question.
And what factors are going to be considered?
Yeah, I don't think we have only a handful of more slides, and you know, this is on the District Explorer that showing population change from the population aged 5 to 17 from the 2020 census to the 2022 census. On the left, it's symbolized by percentage change, and on the right, total change. I was working on one to include projections to 2030, but unfortunately did not have a chance to get that done ahead of this meeting.
Can you do that?
You know, I will point out in terms of the 2020 census, the timing of that was done in April 2020, which was a little bit unfortunate, or had some maybe pronounced effects. And you'll see some ski towns sort of light up in green, whereas maybe they otherwise wouldn't have been. Or it's yet to be seen if that growth will be, or that's a trend that will continue into the future.
So, sorry, when I look at a map like this, I know that, for example, if you have one of our gores that I know very well, if there are 5 students from that town and 1 changes, it's a very big percentage, and that might not be accurately representing the information that we want. And so I wonder if doing this in this way is going to help us actually create our maps.
That's why I think the absolute changes on the right. So if you look at, Buell's Gore, for example, is lit up green. They probably went from
5 to 4.
1 to 4. On the right, it doesn't register. It's just white.
Yep. Yep. Okay. So I just wanted to make it really clear to folks, like that percent change is probably not what we should be looking at.
Got it.
Same is true of test scores.
Same is true. So that gives us a lot, like just that one example, we need to understand how that's going to impact everything. So, okay.
And I think it speaks to the resilience and the systems by design that we create to endure some of that family moving in, family moving out dynamic, and the inability to see data, know how students and student outcomes are performing in the context of the full design. So I don't think the CTE is speaking to that, but I think it was something we spoke of early, and I think it's pretty important that not losing in, not being able to withstand the movement of an individual family or an individual student. We shouldn't be designing in a way, if we're disrupting our systems, that is still an issue.
Staffing levels and salary scales. So this is just showing those for teachers, not any other educators or other categories. We have the data for here, and have broken it out by high schools on the left, and then elementary, middle, and K-12. The size of the dots are showing total number of teachers. So blue are showing higher average salary, the red lower average salary. These are not on the School Explorer right now. I'm happy to add them, but also happy to get feedback as to whether or not this is helpful or not. Would you like to see this for other? I know there's been discussion around what we'd like to know, either the tenure, or that doesn't give us the complete picture. currently we do have average. There is also 5 years. We could average out the 5 years if that's helpful at all as well, but.
I think it's really hard to know how to make sense of this because you don't, I mean, one of the things that just jumps out at me that I would ask is that if you look at where the blue dots are, those are in districts that tend to have much larger class sizes on average, so they can offer higher salaries, so that doesn't surprise me at all. But when you look at proposing districts around this, I looked at one of these districts, I won't identify it, but by the time teachers are 7 years in, there's a $20,000 gap in the salary. So if you're going to merge them into a single district, you're merging all those teachers up presumably. And so some of them are going to get $20,000 pay raise potentially. But they're still stuck in the same footprint. So they're still going to have their class sizes of 5, but now they're going to get paid $20,000 more. And I just think these are the kinds of things that we're going to have to figure out how to talk about. Because that's a pretty hard sell to taxpayers right now. And so those are the kinds of things we're going to have to think about. I also find the more you break it, because in theory, unless they're different districts, even if they're at different levels, I think they're on the same pay scale. I'm trying to think if you have a contract for Burlington, it's for your K-12 system, right? It's not a different contract. So when you're having different color circles in the same district, what you're picking up is that your teachers at one level may be younger, for example, than others or have less experience. And I'm not sure that's meaningful data, except that we know that there tends to be migration from more rural districts into urban districts as people get more experienced. Maybe if they got paid more in the rural districts, they would stay in the profession longer, but then you also have higher cost structure statewide. So I don't know that breaking it down more is actually telling us what we need to inform a discussion about districting. But maybe I'm wrong, and Chris, you dealt with all this kind of stuff. I don't know if you have thoughts.
I agree with, I mean, generally speaking, one CBA covers everything. So, yes.
But on the, sorry, go ahead.
No.
On the class size comment, I think there are other components of Act 73 that will help standardize some of those things. So if we talk about like a class size of 5 people, that will get addressed under Act 73. So you will see a little more standardization in terms of class size levels.
With symbolizing this, putting all the schools together, symbolizing it by averaging out class size in some way.
I think the whole class size thing is entirely TBD as well, because there's so many exemptions there, it's not clear to me it's going to change anything, really and truly, the way it was written. But maybe it will. And I don't know how you're going to apply it in all sectors, frankly.
Yeah, we can think about whether there is a way to make this make sense and be helpful. And I don't know if we can, So
And on the staffing levels and salary scales, this was a data point that we wanted to make sure that we addressed and, hey, we have data on this, but this wasn't something that specifically led to any decisions in our working group here. Maybe it can going forward because this is kind of the start of a conversation here, but there weren't any specific decisions that were made with the map that we worked on based on these specific data points.
Totally agree. I think what we're saying is what it is highlighting is questions that need to be asked before anyone considers whether we go forward with this map.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also only public schools, right? Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of information that can be pulled from there. But before I go to you, Kim, sorry. CTEs, we don't have data on that? That's not listed? We're talking about CTEs, but we don't have CTE salary schedules?
They're on the same, they should be on the same salary schedule as
as the school that is the district, but you have the sending, right, you have all kinds of different things. And then you have folks coming out of industry that have different, so I'm not.
Differently on the schedule, but I think.
Yeah, it hit me interesting as we're looking at a CTE presentation, but we're not looking at CTE salaries. That's what I noticed. Go ahead, Kim, sorry.
For me, even not thinking about class size and that being a driver for why the salaries are as they are, it's obvious as well the cost of living in the more metropolitan area of Chittenden County is going to drive those salaries, and I think those conversations around merging districts and what happens with the unified contract is a huge body of work. So whatever we decide, this is important information on whatever maps we recommend. I'm not sure we can solve for that here, except to identify it as among the challenges. So I'm not sure how much more, like, in the order of priority of whether or not this needs to be more detailed for my sake. It probably doesn't, and it is showing obvious to me, and I think it may belie a different problem and solution regarding a statewide contract with indexing or something that is outside of the scope of our work. But if we are trying to negotiate unified contracts in 14 districts, 20 districts, 5 districts, we don't have that capacity in this state in our legal profession. So I'll identify that as a constraint. So thank you, because I think this is interesting, and I'm not sure that there's too much more you would have to put to it for my sake.
This is just showing from the output from the district builder on the grant list student. It's broken out by these districts, and that's this is the last slide I have here. I don't know.
Are the tech centers cut off?
Well, they're part of the district. You don't have.
Sorry, the labeling.
Oh, the labels.
Oh yeah, they are. They are. They are a little lengthy for the.
Is there a way to get that updated so that
yeah,
folks can? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, John. That was great. We're going to move over to Tora now to talk a little bit more.
So one thing that Dave and Scott asked me to do for this proposal, which is still very much in its early stages, I think the beginning of a conversation, was to take a stab at going through the evaluation template that y'all put together and start looking at, what boxes does this check, which boxes does it not. So we have, I think everybody should have the complete template here. I also put some slides together that does just kind of going through the highlights of the template for the sake of time here. Ma, do you have those up? Okay. Obviously the template's a little long, so there's kind of an abbreviated version that might be helpful.
This is the one we just did.
Yes. So the full template it'll look just like that. Okay, you can go through the next slide on here. This is just going over the design features that we already spoke about. I think the next slide will kind of start getting a little more into the meat of this. So the key problems that this plan addresses, I think there are additional problems we could talk about, but I think the two biggest buckets overall are inequitable educational opportunities for students and unsustainable educational spending. We know that there are significant opportunity gaps for students across Vermont. The idea behind this proposal is you will have much larger districts that will span a much greater span of communities that'll help eliminate some of the artificial barriers that exist for students to help make sure that there are more opportunities for everybody. And then the other half of this is also just unsustainable educational spending. We know that property taxes are going up across Vermont, but I think maybe more importantly for this conversation, when we talk about unsustainable education spending, we're also talking about deferred investments in public education that are not made because of some of these struggles. So with larger districts, this plan creates an opportunity for communities to pool resources and achieve a greater amount of scale than is currently feasible in our existing model.
Can you just explain what artificial barriers are? What do you mean when you're using that term, artificial barriers?
Just between two districts and district boundaries.
So it's district lines?
Yeah, correct.
And how does that affect access to CTE, in your opinion?
To access to CTE?
CTE, like how would merging districts affect access to CTE?
I mean, I think we're talking about more than just CTE. Anything from AP courses to different districts. Some districts struggle to hire teachers because they can't offer as high of a salary. So I think this can look like a lot of different, when we talk about inequitable opportunities, we're talking about CTE, we're talking about other course offerings. There's a large suite of components of that.
And is that about district size or school size?
I think it could be either. Moving to larger districts is going to help with some of the scale too. If those communities also choose to do that at the school level, then that also could potentially help there as well.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, I should have done this earlier, I apologize. The original, when we started out, this is a combination of SUs and SDs, right? Because we're using SDs an awful lot. And I just want to make sure I'm not missing something here, because I think the SU model is important to include, so I just wanted to verify.
I think this is SDs. I think they're talking about
No.
SDs around,
I think it's a combo, Rebecca.
but they're, I know you're saying that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think this proposal is around SDs, unless I'm wrong.
No, we're agnostic as to whether it would be an SU or SD or.
Yeah, and the next slide is actually on governance structures as well, so we want to move on to that.
I wonder if we need to use the word unions instead of districts so that folks don't get.
Yeah, that's helpful.
I mean, I would vote for that, because I think it's important.
Sure.
It's hugely important.
That's why I should have asked at the start. I apologize, but I just made an assumption and now I'm going.
I still have no idea what we're doing.
I think we all made assumptions. I
Okay,
think that's
thank
a
you.
great clarifying
Okay, thank
question.
you.
I think so too, and I think so to that, Torrin, if you don't mind going back to the last slide. I'm not sure if these are not districts, that those factors are changed, like this idea of siloing is not necessarily changed. So I guess I was reading that saying, okay, I'm not sure it's unique to CTE district, but I guess as a district, I can see those bullets creating the breakdown in silos and the type of things you're talking about. So in that, that is not what you were talking about. How would those benefits happen if it remained in an SU model of a CTE SU?
Are you asking about CTE specifically?
Well, we are designing this around CTE areas. Let's maybe call it that. CTE. Catchment areas, districts, boundaries. You can call it whatever you want. I was reading it because it was being spoken of as CTE districts to say, okay, I could see maybe where those things break down and provide these opportunities in a district that is now inclusive of CTEs. And I'm hearing now that that is not necessarily the governance model. So if not changing the governance model or making them all SUs, how does it do those things?
I have the same question. I have literally no idea what we're talking about right now, because I don't know if we're talking about making bigger SUs or making bigger supervisory districts. Like, I really have no idea what this plan is at this point.
We're agnostic on that point.
Yeah.
But it does make a difference
But
if you're at
but none of this makes sense.
those bullets.
Of course it
Don't
does, depending on
do
which
it.
direction you go. We're just not trying to
Then I don't think
force
we
the
can
S.
say these things. I guess that's my point.
Yeah,
If we are not.
Starting point. And depending on what direction we want to go on governance, I'm happy to revisit any of this. This is just a starting point for the conversation.
Okay.
Because you could still have exceptionally small districts in an SU that's bound by the CTE catchment area and not change anything about the siloing. So I am challenging the ability for these problems to be addressed in the way they're described in an agnostic to or more SU versions of models, because it doesn't change the stuff that's up there. And that's okay, we could.
So this plan, so key problems this plan addresses, I think we just need to maybe either remove this slide or completely rethink it, because it really depends on what governance structure you're in. It's not, so that's what we're trying to say here, number one. And number two, we are gonna have to solve the problem or the issue or the conundrum, whatever you wanna call it, of SUs versus SDs. And this might not be the time and this may not be the day, but we're gonna have to do it to put maps together and put them forward. So I know you guys are agnostic and I appreciate that. And so I think for now you need to just remove this slide because it is not addressing.
Can I say why?
Go for it.
It's what we have today.
Yeah.
We have CTE catchment districts today that are made up by all of these different kinds of structures. And so if we're not going to change the structures, then we aren't changing anything. We're just redrawing the catchment area for a CTE.
So what it might solve is it could solve equity to CTE, and it could, because then we would have all students with equal opportunity at a CTE level with the same drive times, with the same program offerings, without wait lists. We could do that with this. But what we're not doing is solving anything else. So I think we need to be a lot more holistic.
Jay?
Instead of eliminating entirely, can we just say with larger districts or SUs, this plan could eliminate? Would that fix that problem? No?
Well, you could still have small districts within this catchment area or SU or whatever.
Gotcha.
So that was the problem I was having with it. When I was reading it, thinking this was about school districts centered around the CTE model, it does mean you don't have small districts anymore. If we're just doing SUs around this model, to Edie's point, it is exactly what we currently have, and it doesn't necessarily, I haven't really decided whether it does all the bullets. I'm just caught on the first one, and it definitely doesn't suggest that it is solving for that. So I don't know.
So, yeah, let's move on, but I think we've identified an issue, and this is the first go-around, so we can go back to that, but we just wanted to bring it up that it...
Absolutely, and we can, hold it, we can pretend that slide doesn't exist for now, but depending on what...
Sorry to be so distracted.
That's okay. Depending on what, if we continue to go along with this conversation, if we get into more of those governance, if we get into that aspect of this. When? Yes.
That's when.
And
That's over here.
of course, but I'll have those bullets somewhere else off the screen if we need them again at any point.
Thank you, Torin.
But to get into governance impact, the map here does not prescribe additional governance changes beyond what is specifically in Act 73. It also does not preclude additional governance changes. So for instance, when we looked at the template for the statewide district, there was a lot of suggestions around governance changes in Vermont. Yes?
I'm sorry, can you rewind to that? I don't understand that. What does an SU map do in this model that's consistent with Act 73? Like, do you understand my question?
Yes.
Because 4,000, it's irrelevant if the CTE catchment region is 4,000 students. That is irrelevant to Act 73.
So what? Tell me what you're asking.
If you aren't changing governance, it doesn't matter how big your CTE districts are.
Jay?
I'm just confused.
I feel better, thank you.
Well, I'm confused because I thought the whole idea was to create a map hypothesizing redistricting around CTE catchment areas, that the CTE catchment area would be the new district. And it seems like we're creating a third level of governance, like supervisory district, supervisory union, and this other thing. I thought that this proposal was these are the districts, going back to the governor's original proposal of 5. Instead, we're looking, okay, let's use the existing CTE boundaries as our organizing principle. Isn't that what we're doing?
I think that's what some of us thought we were doing, but it seems like maybe not, and Beth might have an answer.
So for me, because the SD-SU conversation, I think, is premature at this point, but it does change it if there's 14 instead of 52. Whether it's an SU or an SD, this map has 14 governing structures. Whether they're SDs or SUs today, I think it's okay to stay agnostic on it at this point and not have gone down that road yet. So whether it's SDs or SUs, there's 14 of them instead of 52 of them.
And that's why we looked at all of the comparisons with everything you saw on all those maps, without getting into the SU-SD discussion, because as Martine said, it's too early for that. It's too early. That's why.
And if you're not changing governance, you're not getting new school districts or new school boards or any breaking down of silos. I'm not seeing how it's different than what we're doing currently if we're not proposing any different governance.
So maybe I should clarify.
There's 14 of them instead of 52 of them.
But you
14 what?
Yeah, it doesn't matter yet. It's premature at this point.
So So Beth, I think you're right. I think that's really helpful. And Torin, you were going to say something?
So when I say it does not preclude governance changes beyond those in Act 73, when I'm talking about Act 73, we're talking about moving to new and larger districts with all the changes in there. So that is a governance change that is within the scope of Act 73.
So you are talking about 14 districts. You're talking about 14 SDs so that you can transition one school board, one system, one decision where they operate to tuition, one contract, so that we can do the funding formula? Is that what you're talking about?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, so that it's not an SU model. There are no SUs in
Okay,
this model.
guys,
It's an
let's
SD
go
model.
through the slides and then we'll circle back to questions at the end. These are good questions. Beth, I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
It's premature, but if an SU has 10 districts in it, that defeats the purpose, but we'll come back to that. Torin, please continue.
Sure. Okay. Anything else on the governance impact that we want to talk about before we move on?
Like, don't even ask that question.
Okay. We'll keep moving on.
Wait.
Next slide.
And this will be another fun one for everybody.
Okay.
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And again, this is just a first stab at this. I'm sure there's plenty of additional strengths, maybe even additional weaknesses that we want to talk about. So this is just the beginning of a list. So if we're talking about strengths, going back to an existing scale of governance that reflects the intent largely of Act 73 in terms of the size of these districts that would help facilitate more equitable distribution of resources, student opportunities across Vermont. When we look at weaknesses, there are a few proposed districts here that don't fall very neatly into that 4,000 to 8,000 student range. There's a few that are a little smaller than 4,000. There's one that's much larger than 8,000. So there's a few that don't fall neatly into there. I don't know if the language about to the extent of, whether that would apply to a 22,000 student district or not, that's, I think that's up to y'all. The other weakness that I noticed in terms of thinking about practicality for families is that, I think as John noted in his presentation, there are a handful of towns that would have shorter drive times if they were in a different district. So I think there would be room, I think it would make sense to leave room for a few modifications for one or two towns to go from one district to the next based on a much shorter drive time. But again, we didn't actually put that in any sort of recommendation. This is just the beginning of a conversation.
Just a point of clarification.
Sure.
Don't some districts do that already?
Yes.
So nothing's changed there either? They can still go to the closest CTE?
When it comes to CTE, yes.
Well, can I?
If,
it's
there's
not
a lot of
close. Thank you.
caveats.
Yeah. It's not based on distance programming.
Programming and the program may be the variation.
Yeah, if I want to take auto mechanics, I can't go to Randolph, I have to go to Barry. Yeah, it has nothing to do with distance.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if we were to have equal opportunity, which meant equal programming in all of the different districts, then that would not be an issue, right? Because if it's, you'd have to redraw the lines if the programming was equal.
Get every
Or decided to.
Yes, every program and every. And, I mean, it's a really, right, it's a really detailed conversation. Let's keep going, because we could spend days on it.
Getting into opportunities, and maybe this is a section of the slide that maybe some folks want to pretend does not exist. I see as an opportunity, new and larger districts, enabling local communities to start pooling resources, achieving a greater amount of scale, while also eliminating some of those artificial barriers to ensure more opportunities for students across Vermont. And then finally,
Don't disagree with the concept, and I know I was the person. If these are districts.
if these are districts,
So,
yes.
and so that's why I think it's not just a nuance of language, those are very distinct things. And
Yeah, I think that's
you're
fair.
pointing to as the value add that happens depend on them being actually districts, not some other third name. It is your use of language in this reflection to achieve the opportunities you're talking about. It has to be in larger districts.
Yeah, I think when I was, when we were going through the template originally, I think we were thinking more about school districts than SUs. We still want to leave it open to that possibility because that hasn't really been something we've talked about
And we're
specifically.
identifying that
But
it's not necessarily, these opportunities are not necessarily achieved
if not district? Because the things
Sure.
you're pointing to on scale require it to be district, not SU.
And then finally, the threats, I mean, we just need political will in order to actually get this to, any map to pass. I think that's not something that's unique necessarily to this particular map, but for anything to move forward, the legislature will have to pass it. So I think that's just a reality to deal with.
Okay, and I agree with that last remark. I think you should also add that enacting new districts will require maybe increased or robust capacity at the AOE and, you know, making sure that we have all the necessary resources available.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Rebecca?
I think significant transition costs and
Yeah.
both the district level and the AOE level. And you can't do it without making a decision about whether each of these new 14 districts is an operating district or a
Yeah,
township district.
we're gonna, yeah.
And understanding the staffing changes necessary.
I think there's one more slide that just goes through the legislatively mandated considerations.
Let's take a look at it real quick.
That's just, I think, summarizing what we've already talked about. So this slide lists the considerations that directly informed this map. So for instance, the location of schools and CTE centers, that was obviously pretty important to how we put this together. The next slide is the Act 73 considerations that we talked about in this process, but did not actually inform any specific decision making. So for instance, staffing level and salary scales, we have the data about that, we presented that earlier. That information has not informed any changes to this map that could potentially happen going forward, but it wasn't something that has changed any decision making so far at the very least.
Okay. Scott is going to sum it up for us, I think.
Okay, I'll be really brief. So, you know, David and I, along with, you know, this is what I would call a rough edge proposal. We did not try to polish off anything or make any decisions that would necessarily get into anybody's bucket. Obviously, you know, would Chittenden County be willing to do a 22,000? I don't know. I do know how close those two CTEs are together in that district. And so there's a million things like that, including what would happen with, you know, would some of them, would they be conducive to an SD with one model? Would others be conducive to an SU? Would we require like districts in an SU to merge? Those are all great questions, and that we can, I guess we have 4 more meetings after this one to consider. So, yeah, it was not a, you know, not an exercise in polishing off edges, but instead just like put it out there. Yeah, these are the things that we're going to have to talk about. Some of them can be fixed through lines. Some of them can be fixed through governance. Some of them, the rough edges could just be fixed through just regular policy changes as far as, you know, a student leaving one district to go to another and what that means for CTE program and general ed program for that student. So there's a whole bunch of different decision points, a whole bunch of different things to consider. This is a first pass at, you know, what something like this might look like. So, and thank you to AOE for all the help.
And digital services.
Thanks, you
I
guys.
really appreciate that. When you say would Chittenden County be willing to, I feel like we have to talk about, is it best for students to be in a 22,000 plus district that has wait lists in CTE so that there's not equal access for all students, right? So I think I really want to reframe the way we think about it and the way we talk about it, because it's more than just the political will. It's also, we have to be student-centered.
Yeah, I mean,
what
I
we
just,
put forward.
I would never, in a million years, like, I would never, not knowing all those little things,
Right.
like carve up,
Right.
carve up something that's for locals to figure out and do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you guys for going first. Somebody had to do that. Well, you led the process, so thank you for going first. And I just want to say there are Oxbow, the smallest, I mean, Riverbend, the smallest district there. I think they have wait lists on their CTE programming too. So this isn't just a big thing. And I think it's just worth thinking about that, because we're saying schools are discouraging kids from going to CTE, but we're also saying that CTEs have huge wait lists. I just gotta say the numbers aren't adding up here. And I think talking about kids and programs and needs is a much healthier place to start the conversation, because I don't think it's as simple as schools aren't sending kids and whatever. You know, it just seems like a lot, which is why I hate to say it, the details actually really, really do matter. So when we sound like we're perseverating on details, it's because it actually affects whether a kid has access.
We can address those questions with Ruth's help at the next meeting if you like.
Thank you, appreciate it, Dave.
Important.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Rebecca, thank you for bringing us back to the details. It's important. Appreciate that. Kim.
And one of the things that might be for a future agenda item where I think one of the things that would be helpful for me to understand better and maybe others is this notion of designation, because I could imagine in these larger districts, if they were as we were speaking of, we could maybe address some of the tuitioning issues through designation. I'm not exactly sure that I understand it well enough to know, but I think if we're going to continue to look to achieve the benefits that were described as being gained by a map like this through districts, then we need to understand, can it be solved through designation to continue to, with our important public-private partnerships through especially the traditional academies that have been uniquely positioned in their communities to support those areas. So I'd like to understand it better. It's thrown around and spoken of, and it might help us.
Yep, thank you. Good question. Jay. Last one, then we'll move on.
Anytime you have a problem-solving situation like this that's embedded in a political process, there's so much that's below the surface that I think gets in the way. I wonder if at a future session we could talk about the whole SU, SD issue, because to me it's a major concern on the part of everyone. We've heard about it already. We've been invited to go to SAU meetings. The task, as I see it, that we have is creating an administrative structure for our school system. And there are governance implications for that as well. But then at the same time, we have the sacred cows of our current system. And so if we're going to realistically address this problem, there may be some need for a change that doesn't fit our previous paradigm. And when we start to have, we have this really interesting presentation about a BOCES model, like do we need an SU and a BOCES and supervisory districts? And it's a big mess. If I try to think logically, it's like we may need to say, you know what? The career and tech center areas are the new SUs, or they're the new districts, and you could create SUs among the 14 career and tech areas that function like BOCES. It could be something totally different, but we're so, I sense this in my own community. First it was people are worried about their schools closing, and then they're worried about their SU model going away. And a lot of it is about we want control and voice. I think a conversation about that, about the notion, which I think is sometimes illusory, about local control, should be talked about if we really want to make a really genuine, pragmatic recommendation to the legislature. Sorry.
Thank you, Jay. Do not apologize. That was brilliant, and I think it needs to be said, and I think that's the work we need to do. We are trying to contemplate and envision a future state, and we can't be necessarily tied to old models or old ways of thinking. So I appreciate you saying that, and we will do that. We have 4 more meetings. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And it is time to move on to our next agenda item. Thank you, gentlemen. Much appreciated.
Happy to help.
John, thank you. I won't call you Dave again, I promise.
So we are moving on to mapping next steps, and we're turning the floor over to Sue. And we're going to make a plan for how we're going to keep going forward on this stuff.
So I just want to check for agreement on a couple of things before you move forward. So this is where the voting comes in. So does the task force want to spend more time exploring the CTA possibility? Do people support more work being done on that as one of the possibilities?
I don't know what we're supporting.
I have some more questions to help with that. Okay. So, so you're not sure, but most other people support going forward with an exploration with CTEs at the center.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
We have finite time. We're getting to, you know.
Halfway, we're halfway.
I mean, so yeah, but.
Go ahead.
Like, you know, these people put a tremendous amount of time into this, and there's still a tremendous amount of time needed, right? So I mean, if you think about it, just planning backwards, when's the last day it's realistically possible to put something on the table? Because we're running out of time to put out ideas and then have time to develop them. Just trying to be
So let me start with I'm going to come back to this question about the CTE meeting. But what I'll say is we did put together a timeline, and it seems like the very last opportunity to talk about scenarios is November 10th. So that gives us 1, 2, 3 more meetings. Because I think the very last meeting in November, you're going to want to be talking about the report. So there's 3 more opportunities to look at scenarios from a backwards planning standpoint.
Yeah. But I'm so grateful this group went ahead, because I think what you've shown us is how challenging it is to actually put together a map. And I almost feel like we have 2 more meetings, because we're going to need another meeting. Everything's going to have to go through twice, is my guess. So I would encourage us to think really of 2 meetings.
So then let's start here, and I'm going to circle back to the CTE map, but let's just take a minute to do a little bit of a brainstorm. What are some of the other configurations that this group hopes to consider in the coming meetings?
BOCES? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Beth.
Well, is BOCES really a redistricting map, though? Or does BOCES supplant the idea of us having new school districts and SUs and supervisory unions?
It's a good question.
You had the county map before, which again wasn't perfect. It's a starting point to move lines. So I don't know if people want to move forward with a map that starts with counties and adjusts.
In the spirit of brainstorming, can we get a bunch of ideas out on the table, and then we can talk about them?
So just regarding BOCES, I see BOCES as a different step to take, but not that it would replace redistricting necessarily. Because redistricting might happen in a few years, but BOCES in the meantime could happen. So I don't see them as just one or the other. And then regarding the county map, I really like the detail that you all were able to go through and the help of the staff. So I would like to explore that more.
Okay, other ideas?
You're working on one, right? You and Jay?
I was going to say, the other thing you could do is Richard Cate in 2007? Put together a map for districts, rolling people up at the SU level. And it would be another thing we could look at. He went around and did hearings all across the state, got extensive public input, so we could just take a look at his proposal.
What was the name again?
Yeah, you summarized it, but I didn't quite understand. What was?
I'll send it. I can send it.
How would you
Richard Cate,
describe?
previous commissioner of education.
Yeah.
What would you describe?
Put together a map that rolled up every district, every SU into an SD.
Okay. So shifting existing SUs into school districts.
It's still not going to work entirely. I mean,
No, but it's a starting.
but if
Okay.
we're going to do big level and not worry about the details.
And
Okay.
what are you working on? Aren't you working on a map now? Did you already bring that up?
Well, Jay, do you want? Oh, I was going to help. We've done a lot of work around BOCES and what a BOCES could do and how it could enable bigger structures.
Right.
But you were also talking about
Right, well,
a
it
future
also
plan.
incorporates the idea of comprehensive high schools. We know that one of the structural guidelines we had were local elementaries, central middles, and regional high schools, and how that interacts with CTE. But I don't know if that's a map in and of itself.
Other ideas?
I want to just say that in the last 15 minutes, I've been thinking about what Jay said about the 14 regions, much better than 50-something or 119-something, depending upon how you look at it. But within the 14 regions, having some flexibility regarding SUs, SDs, CTEs at the center. Can you just articulate that again? I want to make sure I understand it.
Depending on, again, you can call them whatever you want, but if we just chop it up and make a map, we leave everything else the same. What's the purpose of the new map? That was my frustration, trying to wrap my head around that. There'll be a change in at least the administrative structure, which I'm referring to the administrative structure as either supervisory district or supervisory union. My understanding is that the purpose of this task force was to create a map that creates this new entity, a new district, for lack of a better word, that would be the administrative structure. If I'm wrong, I guess I'm even more puzzled.
Well, when you say a new administrative structure, are you thinking something that's not an SD or an SU? What do you mean by that?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. We call it where it's a redistricting task, where we talked about districts with a more generic term than supervisory district or supervisory union. That was my understanding, that to try to bring greater efficiency to our overall system and simplify our governance structures and everything else. We're going to a smaller number of administrative structures, call them what you'd like. That's what I thought our main, that's okay, I'm not alone, okay. That's what I thought we were here for. And the implementation and transition considerations alone, I've filled up half of a legal pad with already. It's not going to be easy, no matter what we decide to do.
No, nor is it going to be fast.
Yeah, because you just think of, like, we've already touched on some of them. What happens to teacher salaries and teacher contracts and pay? And then there's a whole financial consideration to it, but just the logistics. Who are we dealing with now in collective bargaining? When we blow up these entities and say, okay, there's no longer a Norwich school district, so that means I'm no longer negotiating with the Norwich Education Association. Who are these teachers? What's their organizing principle? That's just one little thing. We've touched on transportation. We've touched on CTE access. There's so many things. It's mind-boggling, the details. I think it'd be the easiest thing in the world for us to say, okay, here's the map, we're done. It's the career and tech centers, or it's the counties, or it's whatever. That's easy. Then what happens? It's the really, really difficult thing, and I think we need to be super sensitive to the fact that we're creating huge public anxiety around this. And it's because we've got this deadline, it's in Act 73, and we're going to cook this thing up in 3 more meetings?
4.
So we're going to build this foundation in 3 more meetings that we're going to build a whole house on that's going to serve this children of this state for decades? I'm sorry, I take that really, I feel a lot of pressure with that, to get it right, and I'm doing a lot more work at home than I anticipated doing, just trying to wrestle through the questions that keep popping up at my family dinner table. Like, oh, what about this? And it's like, oh, shoot, we didn't think about that. It's a lot. But and then the natural resistance of the public that has not had a chance to really digest this and think about what any of it means. The natural tendency, is, as far as I've experienced it, is that you turtle up and you protect what you have.
Right.
And you tell yourself, like, oh, they do this every 2 or 3 years, or in Vermont we'd have a new funding system every 10 years. It's like, come on.
It's every 3 or 4 years.
I mean, and thinking about it from just a school administrator perspective, going through Act 127 and all that stuff, with multiple meetings we had and had to reschedule. It's a wonder anybody stays in the superintendency for more than 3 years.
I know. Thank you, Superintendent.
Not to mention the stress it puts on our teachers and our families. I think we need to do this really carefully, but I think we need to like really pull together. I know this is bipartisan. There are people that are Democrats that are really pro school choice and public dollars to private schools, and there are Republicans that are very much for that, and then there are those in both parties who are against it. it's like, but there are certain things we need to get real about and say, okay, these are the things that make our system inefficient, cost us more money than they should, regardless of our party. And just be really pragmatic about that, and then say, if we're really going to fix these things, we can put them on the table and make a plan, and it might not be done by December 1st.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm filibustering.
I agree. So I've had my hand up for a while, but you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Can
Can I just say one of the things about one of the things he's doing?
Okay, go ahead. And then
I just
I'm
have to say, I think my concern about that is we do have an opportunity to try to signal future options that might actually leave kids and taxpayers and communities better off. And I would hate to think that in our rush to draw the lines, we don't allow ourselves to consider them. And I think one of the things we're going to have to come to grips with is the challenge of scale, right? If you're in an area that is very sparsely populated, there is a finite number of high schools you should support. And I will publicly say I think it is ridiculous that we are supporting high schools with 10 kids in the state when we have other schools nearby that are struggling to provide robust options. And so I think one of the things that we're trying to figure out is how to use all the amazing information the agency has put up online to try to figure out if we know what the research-based optimal minimum size for a high school range is, how do you provide them, and what are the kinds of services and supports that need to be around them to make it possible? That's not a map, but it is a future state.
It could be a map. So that's a good segue into what I was going to say. These are my hopes and dreams. As someone who was politically appointed, I would like to be able to go to provide to the legislature a map that they can get behind in an election year that is a hopeful map that sets us on a path for the future. And it could be a path of 50 or 100 years. I also, having been a member of a district with a high school that was condemned, and we were fortunate enough to have a department store that we could move into, I don't want that to happen to anyone else. And I toured our high school the other day. It is phenomenal. And I left thinking we need 5 or 6 more of these in our state right now. So whatever plan that I put forward has to include some kind of construction aid. It has to look that idea and that problem in the face. We cannot ignore it anymore. We have crumbling buildings. We have raw sewage seeping into our cafeterias. It is not okay. So I am taking it as part of my job. Whatever map we put forward has to include, I think, regional high schools, has to include construction aid, and has to set us on a 50 to 100-year plan. Otherwise, we're not doing right by our kids.
So I think I don't want to sit here and be in the position of trying to simplify really important, complex conversations, so don't mistake this for that. But at the same time, I think I hear around the table a lot of goodwill and the desire to do something meaningful, even within the constraints. And I really appreciate, Jay, what you're saying about trying to search for a new paradigm. And so I just want to say back a couple of directions to go in terms of map making. I think it doesn't include this really important conversation about the narrative and what you can say about these maps to help people understand all of the really challenging decisions that are to come and concerns about the process. I think you can say all of that. But let me just say a couple of things and see if you all can agree on a few areas to move forward with. So one possibility, and not to pick one, but to pick a couple that are manageable. So one is to continue work on the CTE map, working on a county map, working on an idea based on Richard Cate's research about shifting existing SUs into school districts, working on a map that's focusing on comprehensive high schools, and then working on a map that's thinking about how could we organize districts or administrative entities around regional BOCES programs. So those are 5 possible things to pursue.
So can I ask a clarifying question? When we talk about comprehensive high schools, is that the same as a regional high school, or are you saying comprehensive to include CTE?
Yes.
Okay.
So a regional high school
Can we
that
say
includes
regional comprehensive?
So,
They have to be, the idea is we know from research that there are, as you go between 100 kids and say 250 or 300 kids, there are rapid expansion of breadth of offerings and affordabilities to be achieved. Once you get beyond that, not so much.
Okay.
So I think the idea was if you take, it's where would, if we're going to invest construction aid, where do we invest construction aid to make the biggest difference for the most kids?
Okay.
That gives them a viable shot at good
Just
education.
wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Jay.
I was going to, and we already have a number of them that would be considered comprehensive to have a adjacent or right nearby Career Tech.
And funnily, they kind of sometimes fall on the location of existing schools, but it might be where you target your dollars. But then if you also had people interested in partnering, those might be the districts that choose to merge, for example.
So is there support around the table for that being one of the items that we pursue?
The comprehensive
regional high school?
Yes.
Okay, so there's one.
So can I ask a question now? Like, what is that governance model? Like, how do we get to a pre-K-12 experience for students with all resources pointed towards those increased opportunities and outcomes for students if we're just speaking in isolation about a regional high school? Because I think that was in our goal statements. That is, I think, the opportunity to really offer students the sense that we're investing in their future by virtue of the way we're designed, and that there's accountability in the system pre-K-12, and that we are embracing in these larger districts all of our kids are all of our kids. We are not provincially protecting just one little group in one space, and we're sharing what we know about best practices, but also knowing what we don't know. We're sometimes in our own little spaces, we don't know what a different experience might be next door.
So
wouldn't
by
that be-
design, you're using the BOCES to do some of it.
But wouldn't that be what you would apply to all of this work?
For sure. If I just thought I was hearing we're going to design around just a regional high school, that doesn't answer the design what? Oh, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't solve our problem any better than just having our CTE maps the same way they are right now for catchment area if we're not thinking about how does that prepare all kids equally well before they get to the regional high school. So I think, great, I'd love for us to think about what do these regional high schools do in serving all kids, but how do we make sure all kids are equally, similarly well prepared when they get there? That's a system. That's a governance model. That's, I thought, what we're supposed to be doing.
That would be part of it.
Yeah, so if we have a regional high school, and every school that feeds into that is part of that same unit, I'm not going to call it what it is, a unit. We have X number of those units in the state, and they are all governed in the same way, and every student within that unit has equal opportunity. I think we've done our job.
For sure.
So I don't think we need to give it a name today, because the law can change and what that is called can change. But that's where I look at the future and say, we can set up this system that is hopeful with opportunity and a region, right, that everybody has all of this great access and similar opportunity and, all of these things. There will be details that we can't figure out in the next 4 meetings. There will be many details that we can't figure out in the next 4 meetings, but we're not creating the law.
Right.
We're creating a map.
Right.
And by a map, I don't mean a map for schools or lines. I mean a map for the future of education in Vermont.
So, I think Sue. I just want to, I know that there's so much to talk about. This is so challenging, but I really think for you all to do your work, you have to identify 2 or 3 things you're going to work on in the next few meetings. And that's what I'm trying to help you with in this one conversation. And then I think there's offline, could be a lot of conversations about how to approach each of these. And so we have agreement that doing something around comprehensive regional high schools, you're all interested, mostly interested in that, so that's a yes.
Yes.
What about more work on the CTE maps? Do you
Yes.
support, okay, so that's another yes. What about work on the idea of taking the existing supervisory unions and shifting them into
If you're
school
doing
districts?
BOCES, I think you can just take it off. I was part of pushing.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm taking that
Take that one
off.
off.
Okay.
Well, hey, so, sorry. If you're doing BOCES, what does that mean? Like, is that a map? Is BOCES going to be a
No,
map?
that's not what she's asking. She's asking for the Richard and Kate.
Yeah, I know, and you're saying take that off if we're doing BOCES.
I'm not working on that, so if somebody else wants to work on it, they can work on it.
Okay, I'm going to circle back to that. The idea of creating governance entities organized around regional BOCES, are people supportive of that?
I'd be happy to work on that.
Okay, so now, and then the county map. Are people supportive of working on that?
I mean, it lines up with.
It lines up with CTE. I think it's
Yes.
I think you're choosing between county and CTE.
Okay, so then, should we take the county map off then, if we're doing a pursuit?
I wouldn't do both of them. I think I would pick which of those two you think is truer to what you want to develop.
Well, I'm looking, just one thing I think is helpful with the county is that there's already a structure, it's a minimal structure, but there's a structure, and there are financing availabilities that could go through the county, and there are other systems that could be also structured through counties. They exist, they're not going to change. We define ourselves by counties, so I just think it's worth pursuing.
I just want to, if we're looking at minimal disruption to current school district lines, I'm not sure that taking county lines rather than CTE lines, I think 14, what we talked about today, CTE districts is going to get us to a similar place.
I think they would be similar, but I still think that counties are worth investigating further. I mean, the work that we did was pretty minimal, and we didn't have help of staff. I would like to just have
So there's
So you want to keep going with that?
One suggestion is doing the CTE map would do a similar thing. The other suggestion is to go forward with both the CTE and the county map. So just a vote, who supports doing two of these, the CTE map and the county map?
I think it's worth doing for at least another.
If you want to do it,
It lines up with services.
And then
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't work in my neck of the
Okay,
woods.
and then back, so we've got CTE, county, comprehensive high schools, and the BOCES idea, and then the fifth one was the shifting the resources.
I'm sorry, the what?
The shifting resources, so the Richard Kate map, so we're taking that off.
Scott has a
Sue,
question.
how is a map based on comprehensive high schools different than CTE map?
So I don't know. In my mind, that these buildings, because really, guys, it's going to come down to infrastructure, right? We talk a lot about, well, this high school can combine with this high school, and what I'm hearing is that's like not a thing, because none of our high schools are equipped to, even if they have capacity, they don't have the FERPA regulations around the right size classrooms. They may not have the HVAC system that's up to speed. I mean, air conditioning is going to become a huge issue, which we haven't even addressed really in the state with warming and so on. So for me, anyway, and when I'm thinking about regional high schools or comprehensive high schools, you know, you're looking at a region and you're thinking, we're going to need to build a new school. And all of these current high schools that are, for lack of a better term, falling apart would go to that regional school. So again, it's envisioning a future state.
I just think, you know, politically, how does that play out if we basically say we're closing schools?
Yeah,
And how
but
that plays
in
out.
our area, we've
Yeah.
had multiple districts come and say, if we had construction aid, we would happily merge our 3 high schools. We just can't afford to do it without help. And in answer to your question, how is it different from the CTE model? We have, at least by my count, 4 what I would call CTE deserts. So if we're
Yeah,
assuming,
no, I know.
I personally don't share the belief that our current CT map meets the needs of our CT students.
I just wonder if you say we're going to base it off of regional high schools or comprehensive high schools, how that plays out down the road, because are we a comprehensive high school? No. Oh.
Not yet.
You know?
So I think
So I don't know. I just think that could get pretty tight.
I think we have agreement here that CTE has to be an integrated part of education in Vermont in the future, right? Like, I think everybody understands that. And I think what we're looking at is two different ways. We're looking at accomplishing it through the current system, which is high schools that popped up and CTEs that popped up based on the will of those communities, and figuring out how to restructure around what we have today. And the other side is, if we look at where everybody is, where everybody lives today, where everybody works today, where our population centers are, where are those ideal locations for those comprehensive schools, and where do we want to think about that as creating that into a region? And so I think those are the two different maps. One is, what do we have today and how do we restructure it? And the other is, what do we want in Vermont and how do we get there? And so they might not be that different in some parts of the state, and they might be very different in other parts of the state. And I think it's worthwhile to do the exercise to get there from those two different directions.
So can I keep us moving?
Yes.
So I have that Dave and Scott are going to keep working on the CTE map. Who's going to do work on the comprehensive regional high school map? Rebecca and Jay, okay. And then who's going to do the BOCES?
Jen Bossador, I'm speaking for you. I'm going to help you with.
She's got her hand up. Jen, did you want to say something?
So Rebecca and Jay are doing comprehensive.
Yeah, I'm happy to work on the BOCES if that's helpful. I did want to add that I think on the agenda should be what Jay brought up, which is the elephant in the room, the conversation about the governance, the school districts versus supervisory union, and I'm paraphrasing that, but I think that needs to be encapsulated in our drawing of maps and moving forward.
Great, got it. And then the county maps. Wendy, would somebody else want to work with Wendy? And Edie?
No.
Oh, not Edie.
I just want to second, because I think what Jen said is so important. And I have such deep respect for the people in this room, because I know everybody truly cares about their community and their kids, and I never question that. But we have to be able to talk about the hard oil and water things that are making it hard to move forward. Otherwise, we're just going to be stuffing cats and dogs in a bag.
We're going to
fight it out.
We will.
So can we put time on an agenda?
I wrote it down already for future
Yes.
agendas.
Good. And we'll give it
The first time
to have that.
Okay, good.
I agree, that's very important. So, okay, we have time for that. So we have who's doing what. And then I just wanted to notice, if anybody wants to get on one of those teams, that would be great, especially Wendy doesn't have anyone else. I did notice in the presentation, again, I know you were doing the high level, there are a lot of things on the template that weren't addressed. And so I just want to encourage you all to address everything on the template as much as possible, because I think that that is a way for you all to put in the nuance, the concern, the things that you're wrestling with. I think you created a template to help you do that, but it will only help you do it if you use it.
Do we need to edit the template based on our compressed problem statements? Or does that not impact it?
I think so. Yes, I did have a note to do that based on the compressed problem statements.
Who's going to do that?
I can take what you all did and I can make the edit and send it to Chrissy.
Thanks, Sue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Question regarding the work that we do going forward on the CTEs. I think one of the things we're supposed to look at is the gaps or the deserts in Vermont and where the needs are there, but also to look at the programs statewide that have wait lists that are kind of, the need is there too, but within that district. Is there anything else related to expanding opportunity that we should be looking at within the CTEs?
Well,
Yeah.
the programmatic.
Why don't we touch base after?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a big list.
And we've got the APA report.
Programs,
Yeah.
credentials.
Yeah, we'll touch base
outcomes.
after. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to the public hearing proposal. So I just want to thank Wendy and Kim, and then also Evia and Martine, because we all worked together to come up with this. And again, I'm going to be pushing you to make decisions because the time frame is really tight. So I'm just going to go through this and pause after each section for some decision making, and then Kim and Wendy, I invite you to chime in about different things. So what we need for all of you to approve of is the purpose of the hearings, dates and locations. That's going to be a little tough. We don't have that nailed down, but the format and the agenda for the hearing, and then outreach and logistics. So those are the things that we want to get agreement on. So the first part, hopefully you all have this document in front of you, and I think Chrissy was going to also show it on the screen. The first thing, this goes back to the do no harm conversation we had at the last meeting, is I want to make sure we're all on the same page about what the purpose of gathering this input is. So it seems like one important purpose is to inform residents about the work of the task force and also about Act 73, how it fits in with the larger act. And also, it seems to me that another important information thing that could be helpful to people is just talking through some of the challenges and opportunities facing the education system. Many of those are beyond the purview of this group, but I think just giving people that whole context is really important. And I think another piece of context that could be helpful is the Commission on the Future of Public Education did some focus groups and outreach last year, and they have some findings about where people are at and what they're feeling. And I think just sharing a little bit of that as well could be really helpful so people feel like they have been listened to leading up to this point. The second purpose is to gather input. And I think this input would be really to just inform your conversation about redistricting. So when you're deliberating in the final meeting or so, you have this as part of what's in your mind. And then also to be able to share the priorities that you heard with the legislature as part of the task force report. So is everybody okay with the purposes? Does anybody have questions, or are we on board with that? Okay. Can I skip dates and locations and come back to that? Okay. So the hearing agenda, what we are trying to do is not have just a very traditional public hearing when everyone comes up and has their 2 minutes at the mic. You've had a lot of public comment. You're going, you know, that you're getting verbally and also through emails and letters. And I think the 2 minutes at the mic will reinforce that public comment. And so I'm trying to structure this in a way to evoke some different information. And so it would start with a greeting. Hopefully there's a budget for some food, an agenda overview. I want to say that many of the best practices for inclusive and equitable engagement are really difficult in this time frame, but we should try our best. And so part of the design decisions here were to create as welcoming of a space as we could. Once there's a presentation that I kind of talked about a little bit about what that would be, then we'd have some stations around the room where people could just wander around, kind of talk to each other. And one station would give people a chance to talk about some of their hopes and concerns related to this whole idea of redistricting. The second station could have the participants look at those problem statements and some other considerations developed by the task force and just identify what is most important to them, which are the problems that they care the most about trying to solve. And then we can also ask them, how confident are you that changes in governance could address those problems? And I think that could give you all some really good feedback as well. And then the third station is just whatever they want to say for you all to keep in mind. And then we do a little report back, some of the highlights from each of those stations, and we'd also have a way for people to answer those same questions via a survey so the online participants could weigh in that way. And then after the report outs, we would transition to have a little bit of time for more traditional public testimony if that's what people really feel they would like to do. I would encourage us not to have you all or whoever from the task force is up front so people have to turn their back to their peers to talk to you, but have people on the task force kind of throughout the audience and people can face their peers and all of you as they're saying what they want to say. So again, just looking for general agreement on the basic format for the meeting. Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay. Outreach, just creating a public hearing notice and a social media post that could be shared widely. I think you all would have a role to play, a really important role in sharing this with your networks. And then I also think that the Commission on the Future of Education put together a list of trusted partners. It's a long list of about 20 or so organizations. In an ideal world, we would be doing the kind of organizing where their members would be able to come. That may not be possible, but at least having representatives of those organizations in the room could make sure that people who have been excluded in the past have more of a chance to have their voices heard. So doing some outreach there. So that's the outreach. Then logistics and facilitation. Recommend using the platform Zoom to accommodate hybrid meetings. Our contract is for us to facilitate 2 of the meetings. Kim and Edie and Martine have asked us to put together just a brief proposal to facilitate all 4. So you all can decide whether that's going to be a value add or not. Encouraging as many task force meeting members as possible to be at each meeting to deliver the presentation. We'd have a task force member do that, and then to be at each of those stations to be listening to the community.
So in some regions, I would just add that you might need someone doing some interpretation. Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know, I would imagine we would have to pay for that as well. Okay.
So if that all sounds okay, then I think we have to kind of go back and look at locations. And there's 2 things I will definitely need help with. I'm happy to put together the details, but I would definitely need someone on the task force to help put together a presentation that you all would deliver, like a 15-minute presentation.
I'm happy to help.
Kim, you're better
than the chairs.
Okay. Kim,
thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. Martine would help with that. Okay. So locations and dates. So the locations that have been identified are Oxbow High School, Rutland High School. I think based on conversations, we're leaning towards Winooski High School, and then Leland and Gray. We have dates for 2 of those, and then we don't have dates yet for 2.
We also had, I'm going to stay on location now, but I'm going to sort of caveat this as well with we've not been able yet to meet with the attorney to just clarify this reframing happened by virtue of stations as opposed to small group conversations, because we think it will be able to meet the requirements of an open meeting and being able to report out on what's there, let people engage with it virtually, and we just need to have that meeting with the attorney who wasn't available last week. So we will be doing that. The other question I have is regarding having a quorum or not a quorum and whether or not it matters. Public hearings and other contexts, for instance, with the rule series didn't always need for there to be on the State Board of Ed a quorum to have it count, but it was recorded and available and there were people there. So that's the legal context. The question we had around the Oxbow meeting, because you might have noticed, it's on the same day as our task force meeting. And it was a good day for Oxbow. And Martine, I think you spoke with them and they said it's an in-service, they have childcare available. And we are wondering if we would want to start this meeting a little bit later, hold it at Oxbow, and start the public engagement at like 4 to 6, for instance, right after. How people feel about that idea, or that we take a break and then we come back and we do 5 to 7, or whatever that may look like. How do people feel about that idea?
So we do have 30 minutes of public engagement built into each of our meetings, or testimony, public feedback. And I think if we're going to do a meeting in Oxbow on a Friday, we should be considering incorporating that. So having our whole meeting there.
This meeting might be shorter.
And then maybe we take a break from 3 to 3:15. reset up the meeting and do the meeting from 3:15 to 5:15 or something, if that community thinks they can actually get people to come to the meeting on a workday during business hours, right? I'm just not sure that people are going to show up from 5 to 7 on a Friday. I wouldn't, I mean, really. So
I think because Oxbow has said that's what they want, I think we could check in with their community about what works for them and what they think would work best. And then we could, I support the idea of having the full task force meeting there and staying there for public comment.
And I think because it's an in-service day, they were suggesting that I wouldn't want to speak for their school day situation, but it is not a students in the building day. It sounds like from what the superintendent has shared with my team. So I think our check-in with you all is, if we were to start later than 9:30, is doing this meeting there or attending virtually as some have needed to anyway, an option for our task force meeting.
I like the idea, but it is the beginning of a long weekend, holiday weekend, and that's kind of tough too.
Yeah. And it's not a long weekend for all. I know a lot of school districts don't have the Monday off.
Okay.
Or that used to be the case. It was not.
we don't have a statewide calendar? Sorry,
So
couldn't let it go.
anymore, but it definitely struck us that it was the Friday for general community members not associated with schools. Regardless, it may still be a long weekend for them and a Friday, and so like a 6 to 8 on a Friday sounded like a terrible idea, but a carry on and honor the timing that seemed right for the superintendent. And Martine had circled back with the superintendent to see if there was either a different day or if, I think this conversation will help us know if we want to ask, can we come for the day, do our work there, and continue on? Would that be something you imagine your community would be available for at an earlier hour? I think we don't want to do 6 to 8 on Friday before what may be a long weekend for some people. How do people feel about
So you're
that?
suggesting doing it earlier in the day?
Yes, so we would take a break from this so we could reset. To Edie's point, we would have maybe either a brief or a break, a brief public comment to end this part of our meeting, and then, or we wouldn't have it, we would just pause the meeting and we would pivot to the agenda that is public engagement, which would be 45 minutes of public comment.
For time, can someone just tell me what the day would look like? We go to Oxbow, we start at what? I haven't heard, start at 10, we go till 3, and then at 3:30 till 4:30 or 5, we do the, okay. I mean, I'll
or 4 to 6.
Defer to my task force. I will go with whatever folks want to do.
Well, fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, it works for Oxbow and work at Madison.
So it sounds like people are supportive of doing the task force meeting in Oxbow if it works for the school district. And we'll
Yes.
find out what works for them, but we're all thinking earlier sounds like it makes more sense.
And if we need to start later than 9:30, let Kim know, or Sue, there'll be point on this one. If we can still start at 9:30, that means we can
And what is
end, right, so we just need to make sure everybody can actually get there for 9:30 and it's reasonable.
What does this mean for Chrissy and Maud and us?
Yes, I think that was our other question, our technical support.
And we are not that technical, so we apologize, but if you could inquire with the school, what they have available, like do they have a big screen, do they have?
They're probably gonna set you up in the library down there, they have Owl, they have
Perfect.
all
So
kinds
as
of
long as
stuff.
they have everything.
Yeah, they can
They've
handle
done
it.
So we request the library then for the task force to meet?
So will Chrissy and Maud still be?
Yeah.
But tell them, I think what you do is you tell them your tech needs and they will deliver on what you need.
And will Chrissy and Maud need to be there?
Well, somebody will,
Yes.
to pull things up on screen and do.
I mean, someone has to manage. We would both be there, I'm unavailable in the afternoon, but we could go down together in the morning and Maud can you be there for the whole day?
They have an IT director, so he's on call to help.
All right, so that's what I need to know what to tell these guys.
Yep. We do have to check in with Orca if they're able to take it on the road and cover it for us too. We'll just, just want to double check. I don't want to overpromise something.
Okay, gotcha.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and then there's going to be a meeting October 16th at Elizabeth Gray, and then I think Martine and Kim are working on Winooski High School, and then Rutland High School is,
We don't know yet, but I will figure it out.
Kim's going to help get dates. So you all are going to help fill in the dates.
Yeah.
The questions that I was going to ask Dave if he knew, that I know it's a newer superintendent down there, but we have ways, and certainly I can easily find
I
that.
heard from her early this morning, Pam Reed, who's the new superintendent there, they would love to host
Great.
this.
Oh,
I would just
wonderful.
ask that it be
Dave.
sometime the week of October 20, any of those days.
Week of October 20, good. So then, if that were to, and we were looking at Chittenden or Franklin County, and I will say, being sensitive to the Chittenden Franklin County question, from the islands, for instance, I mapped to all the high schools in that proximity, and Winooski High School was the shortest by a couple of minutes, simply because of its ease of access off the highway. And so bearing that in mind, and bearing the opportunity for perhaps diverse participation and interpretive services more readily available, I'm wondering if we want to, we like the model and we think it could work, for our meeting on the 28th, would we want to see if Winooski could accommodate us at Winooski School during the day with a carry-on until the evening? I haven't asked that question yet, but if that model is of interest to folks, I do imagine that it's a worthy question. How do folks feel about another meeting on the road of the task force?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, okay, good. Then I will ask that for the 28th. And that would mean then I will connect with you, Dave, and we'll reach out to the superintendent at Rutland, and we'll be looking at that week of the 20th.
Does the week of the 20th, does that work for people generally in the evening?
I can make it work.
And again, we'll clarify.
It's the hub of the state, remember.
I know. I look forward to it, Dave. Thank you.
I love that part.
I know. And I think it also, we will, in short order, as soon as we can connect with Tucker, the attorney, know, what is our attendance requirement for these meetings of task force members for, not the meeting we all need to be here for the 6 hours, but the engagement sessions. We know we need at least 4 to help with stations and presentation, and we'd ideally like to have as many as possible. And so we of our task force members. So we can clarify that for everybody as well. But I was eyeing up the week of the 20th too, Dave, for
Dave,
one of those 2 remaining meetings.
Dave, you're looking at the week of the 20th for Rutland, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm texting that to you, it's okay.
I just wanted to make
Can I make an observation?
Yes, please.
Stafford has an amazing culinary program. Just I'm saying. And Oxbow probably does too. Just a thought.
Oxbow is very good culinary.
I was gonna say, you
Yeah.
can get some really good cookies out of some of those places.
But the students won't be there.
Students won't be here that day.
Good! Oh, too bad.
We'll look up the day before.
The day before.
Is that, are we good on that?
We did it.
Amazing, amazing. That's fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and understanding. And we will continue to work through the details of the public hearings.
And Chrissy, can I just say, because it went up as a PDF, if I know it needed to, I couldn't click on the link.
Oh, okay, I'll make
So,
sure.
thank you.
Or I can also put this up.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But I'll try to do both.
Perfect, either way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one last important topic to discuss before we move on to public comment, which is the report. Da, 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 da. What about the report? Let's talk about it. Sue, go ahead.
Okay, so we updated the report outline to just start to get real about this, and we put in dates of when first drafts are due, and we're going to need to write some of the background stuff ahead of time so we don't get into a logjam at the end. And I'm hearing the goodwill in this room and people wanting to be thoughtful, so we want to position ourselves for success. I have a couple of questions. Our understanding is that we're going to actually write up the report for the task force. We're happy to do that. We're also aware that you all hold a lot of the expertise. And so one question we have is we either need help with an outline for the sections, or if some task force members say, I actually can write this section in my sleep, then we can get it written and then we can edit it. So the first thing I wanted to ask is, are certain task force members willing to help write sections of this, or do you all feel more comfortable providing kind of some key content and an outline?
I see Jen has her hand up. I think we should call on Jen. Go ahead, Jen. Jen, are you there?
I am there. I'm sorry, my hand is up from before. I thought I lowered it.
Okay.
But I'm happy to help with editing the report, and then if you need help with writing different sections. At this point, looking through it, I can't think of a specific part that I will start out with. That's it.
Thanks, Jen. So we're going to let you write the report. Thank you. Thanks for volunteering. Just kidding. Okay, go ahead, Sue.
So I guess I want to hear more people speak to whether different task force members would actually like to write some parts that we would edit, or if you would, we will need you to help us with content, obviously.
I can't help but thinking that once we develop some of the templates, some of these other sections are going to kind of rate themselves a little bit. It's just a thought.
So it seems as though the Act 73 and required work, that's pretty straightforward, right, Sue? That's probably...
Right. So the legislation and background section, we would love to start working on that right away.
Yeah.
And so in order for us to get, we've done a time frame, in order for us to get a first draft back to you, we would love I know this is a kind of super short turnaround, but we would love in the next few days to have somebody, we have some links and things, but we would love to get a little bit of an outline from somebody so that we could really start writing up this section.
Can I ask a question? What in that first section do you feel you don't have enough information on? I mean, the way I see it, the Act 73 is basically just what, I would...
The summary and
yeah.
a link.
What Beth St. James wrote up?
Yeah, it's like taking that and maybe linking to it and highlighting what we do. Membership of the task force, I think that's just who we are, right? And it's already right there. Statement of problem to solve, it seems like Beth, you did a great job.
If we finalize, then that's what we want to go with.
But if we throw it in as a draft, then we'll have to decide.
Perfect.
And then goals and priorities, I think that's the stuff that's in the template. So that's pretty much done. The organization of the work is kind of the work plan, right? And so the only section that's not yet drafted is that issue around constraints. So we're pretty much there.
So is there somebody who'd be willing to take the lead on constraints?
Is that going to come up after we've crafted the maps, though, I'm wondering? I feel like that will be after our analysis and we'll be bucketing. I also see that section as an opportunity for us to capture things that we feel, if the law were altered, would resolve that. So I think for me, I also look at it as a parking spot for things we've identified as needing clarification in statute, but also responsiveness to the maps that we are offering. I think that might be hard to do ahead.
Okay, so we can delay that part. And then the problem statements, do you want that to be a narrative or just the bullets that you all have come up with?
I'm always a fan of bullets instead of paragraphs.
You mean the statement of the problem to be solved, number 3, the third?
Yep.
Yeah, I think we'd start with that.
And keep it simple. I mean, you have to write a sentence to introduce what it is, but I would keep it simple.
I would also say, Sue, if you're comfortable sort of like getting it started and then sharing it with us, and we can also sort of flesh it out as we go, that could be really helpful.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I want to just skip down to the bottom, because I think at the end there were a few other things that we thought would be good to get started on. The appendix, things like the bibliography and the appendix, those were two other things that we thought we could get started on.
Is that going to come up as we, I mean, I'm thinking, I don't even know if we need D at this point because now we have data from the agency, but maybe we need to put in some of the data. I don't even know if we know what appendices we need until we have written the templates for the plans.
Okay, so we will, and the, let's see, the bibliography, do you feel that the same about that as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
because I know our bibliography is coming out of our template.
Okay, well, I think that I can redo this a little bit, but again, I just want to say that, our team, we have great capacity, but we don't have capacity to write and deliver this whole thing in a week. Like, that is not realistic. So we need to try to divide this up and get it going. But it sounds like you really want us to write it, but that you would be able to provide, obviously you have to provide the content around the templates. And if there's any other sections, I guess the next step for this is I just want to ask the task force members to look through this outline. And if there's a section that you either want to write or provide content for, that would be really helpful so that we know who to go to for resources and questions. Does that make sense, Martina?
It does make sense. I'm just, what if like no one here feels like they want to do that? Then where are we? Like
Cross that bridge. Well, I think the data is going to be pretty, that's a nuts and bolts thing. It's like, what did we ask for? What did we get? And the goals thing is pretty straightforward. And my assumption, the additional data needed to support implementation will come out, if you're coming up with some great idea for how to do something, you're going to say, boy, to really figure this out, we need to know X. Then we can put that in there. And if nothing comes up, then there's nothing in that section. But it seems like until we have templates, we don't really know what goes there. Right? So I think data we could start to write.
Rebecca, would you be willing to help with that?
I'm helping with 2 of the templates, and I'm thinking you're going to need me on some of the preliminary findings. So
Well, we have our data requested list. We have it in 2 different ways. So it's really writing the relationship to the goals, and then the data received, those 2, the data request, data received is one document. So it's the relationship to the goals and additional data.
Right.
And additional data we won't know until for a little bit.
Would it be possible if an action step between now and the next meeting would be to have people on the task force just sign up to support these different sections? I think we need that. For us to be able to do our job, we need to know who is going to be able to support us with these different sections.
Yeah. Yeah, go
just
ahead.
the process. I think the one section that's complicated, because I think the whole task force needs to weigh in, is the preliminary findings to inform decision-making, because that's basically coming up with inferences. It's looking at the budget data and saying these 3 things were the biggest drivers, and making sure everybody agrees that those 3 things were actually the biggest drivers. So it may make sense, so we can pull this together, but I think we need to also put that on the agenda so that people have a chance to look at that and see if they agree. I wouldn't feel comfortable writing that without input.
Yep. Okay.
But I'd be happy to work with someone on that if somebody wants to work on it.
I can work on it.
Okay. But I think it has to be a task force decision.
Okay.
I can work on this public input. Summers.
And then we'll, at the next meeting, let's just go back through this a second time and see if people have had a chance to take a look. And
Can we also, as we're going through our notes and our documents and our copious amount of information that we have, can we sort of cut and paste it into these areas?
Yeah.
And then sort of let you work your magic?
That would be great.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I mean, we have a lot of testimony in our legislative committees and things like that we could probably put in some of these buckets.
That would be great. That's what we need. We need some content
Okay.
to work with in some of these.
There's plenty of content.
There's a lot of content. It's just a matter of getting it and putting it in there, in the buckets. Okay,
Okay.
great. And just to clarify for folks, this is all going to be the report. This here will become the report. Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify your understanding.
Yeah.
Some of these were brainstormed, but we never really worked. My assumption is some of these categories in the findings are going to evolve a little bit when we see what data we actually got.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
If it's helpful to circle back, Dave already got quick response from Rutland. And
Either the 20th, 22nd, or 23rd, not the 21st.
And if it's helpful for people to know, if it works for Winooski, that would be a Tuesday, Oxbow is a Friday, Leland and Gray is a Thursday. So I don't know how people feel about a Monday or a Wednesday meeting. I did just look to see that the select board meetings are not on either of those days that I can see.
So let's go to Rutland. Let's talk about Rutland before we get to these. So what's Rutland?
Rutland.
20, Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday that week.
Yes. And I was just pointing out that Leland and Gray is on a Thursday, Oxbow's on a Friday. If Winooski can do piggybacking on our task force meeting, that's a Tuesday. So it to me lent itself to Monday or Wednesday.
But just to be clear, the Leland and Gray and Rutland, those are not our meetings.
Right.
Those are just
That's
the
right.
public
So they're
hearing.
just public.
Right, but to be clear, I do hope that many of us do go to Leland and Gray, because I think it's important to the community to
I'll go,
see.
I'm close.
I'm
lots
planning
of
on going to all of
folks.
them if I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Same.
Thank you.
I'll be there.
My schedule.
So the day of the week doesn't matter to me. My schedule is chaotic. So whatever.
Are there others for whom they have either an insight or a suggestion between a Monday or a Wednesday in Rutland?
I like the commute.
I love it, Dave.
Either works for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll text her right now and tell her.
And if
And we've
it's-
been promised food from the tech center.
Oh,
Wow.
there you go.
That's
So we're gonna make the decision.
Monday
Let's
the
say-
20th or Wednesday the 22nd?
Let's say Wednesday, because Mondays sometimes.
Mondays can be hard.
Wednesday, the 22nd.
Is that
Wednesday the 22nd?
Write it down.
Let's call it. Yeah.
That's in the evening.
And that will be an evening one.
Are we looking at like 5 to 7 for these? What kind of?
So how much are we planning to feed food? I don't know if cookies do it at 5 to 7 or if we think that. No, I'm not saying it has to be, I didn't mean that we needed more food. I'm thinking about people's evening schedules. Do people commuting have time to arrive anywhere by 5?
I would want to suggest that we try to make a start time with each district individually based on what they know of their
Okay.
community.
And
Because
if-
different communities are
Yeah.
different.
Right, so what,
And-
so we should be paying attention to our email because you'll be getting those to us soon and we want to hold
And I
the
wonder,
dates.
Dave, if you have a sense of.
Great.
And she said anytime's okay.
Anytime's okay. Do you have a sense from your community in Rutland if 5 o'clock would seem too early for folks, if 6 is
5 would be
preferable?
better, and better for everybody traveling too.
5 better for the community than 6?
I think so.
Just
Okay,
for
so 5 to
clarity,
7?
just for clarity, if you can't arrive at 5, if you can't arrive
Yeah.
till 6, I mean, you can
Of
still show
course.
up at 6 and be there for an hour, right? So you don't have to be
You
there for the full
can.
2
The
hours.
engagement-y part of it
Right.
will happen on the front end of the meeting,
I'll say
but it doesn't
We've
preclude.
had 6 meetings in our area. I didn't go to them all, Scott.
I know.
But they were all at 6. They were all at 6. No one's doing meetings at 5. They're doing it
Yeah,
at
I
6.
did feel like 5 seems early for people trying to get anywhere.
So does that mean
So
Rutland would be
Tuesday,
6
October
to
22
8?
at 5?
At 6?
Sounds like
At
7.
6, okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
6 to.
6 o'clock in Rutland.
Yep.
And
planning
Leland
for
and Gray, do
2
we have a time for yet? We're gonna shoot for 6 o'clock for that too.
We can get those times. I mean, they'll all be
Okay.
evenings, but we can get times from
All right, thank you.
each community.
And just stay tuned, I think, on the Winooski, and I think stay tuned on the time for the Oxbow and Winooski.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, public hearing folks. Very much appreciated.
I think we're ready to open up for public comment.
We are.
No, we're not ready to open up for public comment.
We got
So
back
2
to
more
back
comments in the
Rebecca.
room.
So I'm feeling a little guilty that I'm not on one of these templates. Rebecca, are you on the BOCES one?
I'm on
Jen?
But here's the thing, the only thing I'm going to say is we just have to be really clear that if you come in, I'd love to have you, but it can't be any more people.
Because Wendy doesn't have anybody with her. I had 2
Okay.
people on the CTE and 2 on the comprehensive, but I only had Jen written down for BOCES and only Wendy.
I've been helping on both, I'm in the BOCES too.
I thought so,
Yeah.
so I feel like I should be
Yeah.
part of this, so.
Okay.
County,
So you know
whatever
what
that means.
I'll send you the history. We've had county districts before.
And Rebecca, you had one?
I was just going to encourage Sue to just ask about other community meetings the same night, because that's a big issue in some areas. It's just good to
check the select board meeting and
Yeah.
that is not.
Oh, maybe.
It's good to just, we need to come up with what works for us, but if there's 2 meetings the same night, then school board meeting. Yeah.
So
Okay.
the Rutland meeting might have to switch.
No, I looked. Rutland select board meets on Tuesday.
Superintendent, it's not Tuesday, that's why.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Amazing, thank you, everybody.
Great.
All right, I think we do have some public comment in the room. Do you want to read the intro, or do you want me to?
I do want to read the intro. Public comment will be limited to no more than 2 minutes per person. The task force requests that participants clearly state their name, place of residence, and topic of comment. Task force will take no action on items raised during public comment, and dialogue exchanges will be for clarification. The task force requests that comments be sent in writing to adm.redistricting@vermont.gov. And if you are making public comment, we will give you a 30-second, 2-minute notice, so that we're going to do that as equally as we can. So.
And we did decide at the last meeting that we can reflect upon what has been said and make some reflections. So you may, lucky you may hear our reflections at the end, at the very end of public comment, if we have some. So who is?
I see a hand over there. Do you want to come join us up at the table? And if you want to kind of queue up, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I could bring you a mic if I had one.
She's on a crutch.
Let me get rid of all these.
Thank you.
But I clean that from my vents. Planned foot surgery.
Oh.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to me. My name's Carrie Bristow, and I live in Woodstock, Vermont. And my topic has to do with merging and a couple of comments that I've been thinking about myself. I'm a 44-year retired school educator teaching pre-K to 12 in both French and Spanish over the years. Most of my time was at Woodstock Union High School, where I live. And I acknowledge the very difficult work that you have, including the unpleasant side of things that will, no doubt, you'll hear and have heard already. I think that most communities embrace their schools and they don't want them to close. I think erasing community identity is a real fear here. Closing schools and reducing staff and teachers is the most realistic way to achieve the scope of efficiencies that we've heard about. And it has economic implications in those communities and will be highly unpopular. No financial modeling has been presented yet to convince communities that this is worth losing schools and community identities. People will move out of communities, particularly with high schools, if there is no longer a high school for their communities. And the economic impact of that and the increasing amount of second homeowners will rise, as we have seen in some of these communities. Hence, to that end, I'd like to read a letter of intent from the 3 districts, Mountain View Supervisory Union, Hartford School District, and the Windsor Southeast Supervisory Union. Dear School District Redistricting Task Force, Mountain View Supervisory Union, Hartford School District, and Windsor Southeast Supervisory Union are committed to working with the state of Vermont to fulfill the goals of Act 73. This legislation is intended to create more efficient and equitable school districts that will improve the quality of education for all Vermont students. After a recent conversation among the 3 school boards, we agreed that our 3 supervisory unions, districts, have similar educational goals, share a career and technical center, and are geographically aligned to form an effective regional unit. And we are exploring both.
It is 2 minutes.
2 minutes, oh, sorry. Well, you can read the rest.
Thank you so
And
fast.
thank you so much.
Carrie.
I really appreciate that you brought that.
Oh, you made copies, wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. Oh,
Chelsea, did you want to come join us? Oh, you're here next.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hi, Dan. It's Dan.
Thank you.
How are you, Martina?
Good, thanks.
Do I start?
You can start, yeah.
My name is Dan MacArthur. I'm a school board chair in Marlboro. We've been holding deep dive public meetings within the town and informal talks with neighboring districts and SUs to see what concerns parents and community members have about Act 73. You all know there are many major concerns. I come today just to bring a couple of them to your attention. I know that this is ahead of your public meetings, but it won't be a surprise to you. Transportation and distances. Simply no way to consolidate schools in southern Vermont without greatly compromising access, safety, and bus ride times for students. Many students already have bus rides of over an hour, and the roads are simply not conducive to being taken for farther distances. I want to point out also that Marlboro School will likely be closing due to declining enrollment, so I'm not here today to be clinging to local control. Even as a school board chair, it's tough to say that, but I also firmly believe that smaller educational units will have better buy-in and support from the public. They will be supporting their children's education more directly, as was stated by the previous testimony. Second concern that comes up all the time is equity of transportation. If schools in small communities are closed, students traveling farther to school, opportunities for students whose families have fewer resources to take extracurricular programs will be diminished. These parents may not be able to take time from work to drive their kids around, and they may not be able to buy them cars. So these students will be on the school bus at the end of the day headed home, not able to participate in after-school enrichment programs. We should all be focusing on getting equal access to all educational opportunities for all of Vermont's kids, and be careful not to further the economic divide. Thank you for all of your work. I noticed one of the slides that was earlier put up by the staff said there's going to be need is going to be political will and openness, and I want to repeat that I think that you will get more political will and buy-in if smaller educational units are considered. So thank you very much.
Dan.
You're already halfway up.
Go to the other side.
It's all right, you're halfway up.
Thank you. My name is David Scholes. I'm from Brattleboro, and I want to address your goals and students. The goal of your charge from the legislature is to recommend maps that will provide increasing equitable access to educational opportunity for all students and create the least amount of disruption to students as possible. You cannot create maps relevant to the quality of opportunity and access to them without comparative information on student academic and social-emotional experiences. You need to know which districts have adopted successful professional development systems. Where has effective quality monitoring improved climate and learning? Where have administrator and teacher evaluation practices been effective? You can't judge equity or opportunity without this information. You can truly minimize disruption by identifying all the administrative services that could be effectively delivered regionally, and then recommending combinations of current SUs and SDs that enable consolidation of those services. Currently, the BOCES model is being used primarily to share services to meet the needs of students requiring out-of-district placement. This is convenient, often cost-effective, but not adequate. Look at the body of evidence currently surrounding the broad range of administrative services that are being effectively coordinated by BOCES programs elsewhere, and develop a list that can be a model for implementation in Vermont. Then draw your map. An engaged public is crucial to avoiding disruption. The Afton model currently being developed by the Commission has the potential to provide a current, comprehensive, valid survey of Vermonters' views on public education. It needs to go to the broadest possible community, not just agencies, advocates, activists, and trusted partners, as currently planned. Distribute the survey to all teachers and staff. Strongly encourage 100% participation. Have Afton create a second, accessible version for lay people, parents, and students. Distribute it through the parent email lists that all schools maintain. Distribute it through social classes in all middle and high schools. Use Vermont's unique and helpful front porch forum to strongly encourage people to add their voices to the conversation.
Thank you.
Get valid public input and use these professionals to do it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Is that, are you next? Okay, come on up.
2 minutes goes fast,
I know.
very fast.
Hi, I'm Tina Muncy. I live in Montpelier. I am a retired small school Vermont principal, and as a retired person, pay taxes. And I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the fact that this appears to be an absolutely impossible job. But I have faith in you. You can do it.
Thank you, Tina.
Tina, yay! Spoken like a true teacher right there.
So Chelsea and then Jay.
This will be very quick. Chelsea Myers, Executive Director of the Vermont Superintendents Association. First, I just want to thank you all for your work. I know it's very difficult, and the timeline is quite difficult as well. The Vermont Superintendents Association appreciates Senator Gulick and Representative Granning attending the Vermont Superintendents Association's all-members meeting. As they mentioned, the chairs were attempting to summarize a very complex topic with a lot of input in a very short time. As an example, the comment about 20 years behind was from one superintendent and was specifically pertaining to special education best practices. While many points that superintendents made resonate with what was expressed by the chairs, some will need further clarification and context. VSA will take the opportunity to add further clarification and provide additional context from that session, regional sessions, and a survey from the association in future public comment to illuminate and clarify positions from the superintendents very soon before your next meeting. We hope this will help to answer some of the questions as asked by the task force and represent the voice of superintendents as a collective and as outliers as accurately as possible. I apologize these comments were not available ahead of this meeting, but stay tuned and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great. Jay? Jay. And then John?
I have to ask, can I have 2 public comments because the first one's from the commission?
You can do one from the commission and then someone else can come up. And then
There's nobody else here but me.
Oh, no, I mean.
Can I come back afterwards?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
We'll let, yeah. If you're wearing 2 different hats, you'll
I'm
just
wearing
have to
2
change your clothes and then.
Oh, okay, that's great. So the first one's going to take 30 seconds. So Jay Nichols, Chair of the Vermont Commission on the Future of Public Education. Dear task force members, the Vermont Commission on the Future of Public Education has worked with Afton Partners and Collaborative Solutions to create a survey that has been shared this morning with your chairs to share with you. We ask that you widely distribute the survey in your networks and help us make sure all Vermonters have an opportunity to have their voices heard regarding the transformation of the public education system in Vermont. How'd I do, Scott? 30 seconds?
Well, that would be 25, and I was going to make that statement later, so that's not
Just wanna
going to
make
count.
sure they heard it.
So you can stay.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Crossing off my list.
All right. All right. So now, as VPA Executive Director and former Superintendent in Vermont, since the start of the school year, I've received phone calls about how in a supervisory union in one case, a family moved from one town to another in the same SU, and then the kids had to change schools. One child has significant needs and is costly to educate. According to the mom, the family now lives closer to the school they just had to leave because of the way town lines are drawn up. In another case, a new to Vermont principal called me about how he hired a new school nurse who needs to be supervised by a veteran nurse. They have 2 experienced school nurses in their SU, and neither is willing to provide the support to the new nurse. And because it is an SU, the superintendent has no authority to direct them to help the new nurse. This problem could be fixed easily in a streamlined governance structure. This new to Vermont principal can't believe how complicated and inefficient our system is. Whatever we do, we need to fix these issues in governance because many of our most vulnerable students are negatively impacted. As a grandparent and former superintendent, I heard at least 3 times today from task force members about the case for minimal disruption to children and doing no harm. What if you started by moving all SUs to SDs, as the Superintendent's Association proposed in 2005, and led in part to Commissioner Kate's state travel and discussion that was mentioned in the meeting earlier? Put neighbors together. They already work together at least somewhat in SUs, and they certainly do if they're in SDs. Make them all SDs to improve efficiency and opportunity for all students, and then look for other areas of governance structure merger from there to get to the numbers Act 73 is asking you to get to, as practicable. 4,000, 8,000 doesn't have a research base, so please try not to be tied to those numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. That's great. John?
This is my retirement outfit.
I love it.
My name is John Alberghini. I live right up the road in Waterbury Center. I want to share a little bit of context.
You're retired from?
I'm retired from the Mount Mansfield Unified Union School District. Past 17 years, I was the superintendent. I spent 21 years there, also as a principal and assistant superintendent as well. I also grew up in Derby Line, and my K-12 educational experience was in a very rural, large school district. That was the supervisory union, actually, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit today. But I wanted to give you some context, some quick context, both my experience as an educator and a superintendent, but as a student, as a parent, and I have 3 children as well. So unequivocally, without hesitation, I think the biggest change that we made in Mount Mansfield was moving from a supervisory union to a school district. And I would highly recommend that the commission task force seriously consider that because it created equity across our school district. I want to also thank you for the work that you've done. On a micro scale, it took us 10 years to become a unified school district. And there were a lot of intense meetings, passionate community comment, and a lot of work, but it was all worth it. And I can say that without hesitation. What we saw in our system was equalization of staffing, resources, curriculum. We also were able to expand high-quality childcare, early educational opportunities for students, and co-curricular during that time. And I also would share that our results, I think, speak for themselves. Prior to being a one unified system, we were not the #1 high school, according to the U.S. News and World Report, but the last 5 years we have been. And I share that because there's some numbers tied to that. Being ready for work and college, and I'm proud of, not bragging, but very proud of the work that we've done. I also, that's some high level information, and I have an email, but I got bounced back to me. And I really thank you for your hard work and time and how much you love Vermont.
Thanks, John.
Thanks,
John. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Okay, we have a few online. Patty Allen, Polly Allen, is that what that says?
Polly Allen.
Polly.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you, thank you.
Okay, great. I've submitted this in writing as well. Thank you all for your service on behalf of the students, families, and communities of the state of Vermont. This is a complex process, and as I listen to your meetings, it is clear that your body is approaching this process responsibly and deliberatively. That being said, after listening to your discussion and that that accompanied the legislative debate surrounding passage of Act H454, Act 73, it is clear that the very foundations of this process and task are incredibly flawed from the outset and are putting your body in the position of legitimizing a damaging and irresponsible endeavor that will harm Vermont communities and students for years, in reality decades to come, if rushed through. Listening to your discussion, I also get the sense that many at your table are very aware of this fact, yet may feel compelled or coerced to maintain the posture of doing something. This is very concerning as a Vermont resident with school-aged children, as a taxpayer, and as a rural resident of the Northeast Kingdom who lives in a thriving community that has worked for centuries to build and sustain our school with excellent community-enriching results. Craftsbury. Like others who have submitted public comment, I ask that you have the courage to look this reality in the face and provide responsible leadership rather than simply going along to jump through the somewhat arbitrarily applied hoops set before you. Some key facts that I hear you wrestling with in your meeting should stay front and center in your thoughts and actions as educational leaders. Much of the data guiding your process is contested, absent, flawed, incomplete, and that best will only provide shadows of what is needed to support top-down, centralized, rapid overhaul and change of our system. There is no evidence that consolidation in and of itself is an economic or outcome-related panacea. Mandated consolidation without addressing key underlying issues will only exacerbate issues while causing new damaging ones. Many of the immense challenges facing districts and schools have arisen because of unfunded and poorly rolled out federal and state mandates, healthcare costs, and societal level transitions across Vermont, none of which are being squarely addressed by this process of legislation. Small schools and large schools can have immensely positive outcomes. Similarly, they can have poor outcomes. Take, for example, our small school, Craftsbury Academy, which was recently acknowledged by U.S. News and World Report, like MMU, as the #2 high school in the state of Vermont. Both of my children have spent the entirety of their academic careers in Craftsbury schools, and I am so thankful to have had a strong, caring, dynamic, and opportunity-filled experience for them embedded in their community.
Holly?
Middle schools at Craftsbury.
That's about 2.5 minutes, so if you have one more sentence.
Sure. Well, I think I just finished it. Listening to your meetings has illustrated that you have a deep and nuanced understanding. Because of this, I ask that you use this expertise to reject this front-loaded redistricting mandate. I think that you all can look at some of these deep underlying issues without the pretense that we can do all of this in 3 months in this rush fashion. Thank you. And my written comment has further detail.
Thank you. Before we go to the next one, is there a way we can do something with the audio in the room? The feedback is...
I can try.
That would be great. Yeah, I don't...
We tried to lower the speakers.
Okay. Our next, is it Marion? I really can't see.
That's Marlon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Marlon Arasami. Plug your glasses.
Marlon, you're up. My glasses are only up for up close, so I don't have anything that
Hey,
will help me.
Marlon.
Oh, hi, Marlon.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that sound is much better, thank you. I don't know if you did it.
Well, good. I'm glad it's not clear in the room. So, first of all, I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I know this is not easy. I'm Oliver Swami. I'm the vice chair of the Western School District out of Memphis Junction. I'm also going to be a member from the school board side of the Board of Work District working underneath you guys over the next few months. I want to focus on the presentation I gave earlier today. And concerns that I have around it. And I guess around the CTE draft proposal. And I'm going to be very frank and very blunt here with you guys about what I saw, concerns that I have. You can see the proposal and see how it was laid out with the disproportionate size of the district that basically covers all Shannon County with 22,000 students or 2 CTEs. And this is very, very clear that to me, as this person of color, to me, it did not feel like it was putting forth best outcomes for students. It felt more like segregation. And I'm going to tell you why I felt like that's the case. I grew up in Boston. I was educated in Boston public school system. I grew up in the back end of segregation and busing in Boston. I know the hard history that I had there. Again, it was designed around siloing and clustering students of color in new Americans in groups, large groups in the city, and arguing that was going to be the best outcomes for folks there. I lived in the Carolinas. I lived in Biloxi, Mississippi in the 90s and 2000s, and I saw similar things in urban areas that are, highly disproportionate to people of color, and they were siloed, they were put together in large groups, and then tried to argue that they were going to help students of color, and they didn't. And a lot of blame was put on those large districts that they were taking away a lot of thoughts. Say all of this because, again, we look at demographics across the state. One of the pieces that was not taken into this presentation, again, it's a draft presentation, but the list of demographics that were given, that was not one of them. You look at Chittenden County, you look at the school districts in Chittenden County, and
Appreciated to hear perspective in sort of a different way.
All right. I get to say closing words, so I have a 45-minute statement that I'm going to make. Just kidding. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. A lot of great work, a lot of good conversations. We will continue the work on the report, on the public engagement, and can't thank you all enough. I will bring the apple pie next time. And we'll see you in Oxbow, and we'll clarify all the details.
Yep, so make sure you check start time, everything else will. Thanks, everybody.
Meeting adjourned.